Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a think with that dark Kitteh as the fearless lead. And Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep. And great Poupet spreads it on steep. The most crush jokes like magic in the air. Depressed Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Right on.
It
Good day,
never gets
everyone.
old for me. I love it so much.
No, I love it.
Oh yeah, we should all just do this when we come
The
in.
slow wave. Everyone do the slow wave. Yes,
Yeah.
Foxrew, raise your hands. Do the slow wave.
Yes.
Do it. Yes.
I put in listenable as a hashtag, but can you imagine it just start, people are just listening and you just, it's like, actually,
Yeah.
by the way, there's this weird pause and then everyone goes nah. We're totally doing that next time. So
Yes.
welcome everybody. We are a little bit smaller today. We have a BMO that has other
In the
commitments,
wild.
like a whole ass job
Yeah.
and stuff. Whatever.
Lame. But
Lame.
And we got a
Yes.
traveling statue somewhere.
Yeah, he's rustling in on around. He may or may not drop in. But yeah, we're excited. We're happy he can join if he finds the right Wi-Fi. But yeah, rather he doesn't miss flights. He rather focuses on that. BMO is too cool for. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's actually that's the truth. Dorkus and BMO are too cool. Both of them left, and this is us now.
He's got a date with a girl his age.
Oh, they won't understand the joke because they're missing the necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, but we
They
got
won't
it.
understand
That
the
was good.
inside joke, but it's so good. That's such a
I'm
good
very glad. Well done. I'm sure it's hilarious.
Hey, BMO got it.
Work has a habit of stealing thinkers. Yeah, Galente is one of the thinkers that was stolen from work.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we are going to go over today, other than just catching up on our usual bullshit, okay, we are going to talk about gaming industry drama, which is a multifaceted topic. Okay, there's lots going on.
We have parallel dramas even.
We have it's all over the place. We got game dramas for like, actually, we have a game drama. Then we'll get into it. There's lots of dramas, just usual gaming industry stuff, but
2 game dramas, an engine drama, etc. Yes.
and related gaming drama is online hits, and you'll see what we mean by that if you don't already. And then we'll talk about Seinfeld, because there's other stuff that happened, misquoted and whatever. And then the big thing for tonight, okay? Big question that we have to have an answer for by the end of the show. Man versus bear.
Yeah.
The one that has conquered the
bear.
internet by a storm.
I actually am excited to learn about this. I don't know anything about this one.
Oh, you live under a rock
It'll
or
be
something?
you know what?
No,
I'm glad you don't.
I've been playing Stellar Blade.
Okay.
Oh, that explains everything. He's too
While
distracted by the
I was
physics.
waiting,
I see.
so I broke my phone. I dropped it, and like the screen just shattered. And so I've been waiting on a replacement. And
there
you were forced to go.
So I got it now, though. Got it. Yeah.
You have withdrawal syndromes of
my life has been
stupidity.
so silent. My life has been so silent. Which has been both anxiety producing, but you get past that and then it's just relaxation.
It's just quiet. Oh.
Yeah.
You know what, Jeremy? We will try and regain those brain cells. Or you know what, we'll just lose as many as you did. Just spread spread the loss. It's fine.
No,
we'll
but-
all just be
We'll
traumatized
work
together.
very hard today to regrow those synapses that have collapsed and been severed, that have been severed thanks to the
Severed.
stupidity on the internet. Severely severed in a most severe manner. Thanks to people who have engaged with this question, who should have learned how to rub two neurons together to generate electricity so that they can have some brain power, or learned how to use their phone instead. But yes.
I need to actually find that video, but we'll get there. But yeah, otherwise we got Catra's Foxrew's catch-up story, but there's also Foxrew. Considering what was shown to us earlier on, are you going to do that just by surprise during the show, or would you like to demonstrate it for everyone?
I'll demonstrate it here.
Okay.
As I had commissioned some additional emotions so that when I'm all angry, like, I can show it to you all, guys. I'm all angry. I'm ranting. I'm got stuff to say, and I'm all angry.
Very, very.
Or like
angry.
somebody is talking to me, and they're like, I'm very confused. It's like, wait, what are we? What are we talking about here? Huh?
Look what his eyes do.
What?
I like the eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, the little spirals. That's
spirals.
Cute.
Yeah. Or like, somebody's making a joke, and I think it's kind of funny. Like that. That's funny. Got the funny joke.
Just whenever Charles speaks, just do that, okay?
Yeah.
I need
Just
the
all the
spiral
time,
eyes
yeah.
thing from my own thing.
And then I got the smug. Really? You think so?
This is for when he's going to be talking. I don't know about him, like a male feminist. I think you can use that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that. Oh, just educate the mansplain to the men about being a good feminist.
This made me realize I need to commission some additional emotions. Where did you buy these? Can you tell me? I would love to commission some additional emotional states for myself. It's been very homogeneous lately.
Yeah.
Hey, Vika.
Hey.
Oh, how cute is that emoji? Oh, it's so cute.
Aw.
Okay, so Hydra.
We are a little low on talent if she wants to join.
Yeah. Are you busy, Vika? Smug is also horny. It's multi-use. Oh, that does make sense.
It is a multi-purpose emotion.
Like, let me just see here.
Wait, Smug is horny?
Let's see.
For some, I mean, some
Show
it's
us.
Imagine.
It could be like I.
It's more like it's not necessarily the horny. It's like the I desire you. Look at me. Yes, He's an appreciator of the arts and cultures. Yes.
Yes.
I'm on my only day off this week. Okay, we don't want to take up your day off. You can't make you. Okay, so that's fine. You can chill with us. That's all. Chill with us. Chill without us. What? Yeah. Actually, I will then ask a certain question about
we need her answer for the question, right?
Yes, we do. We need a female sample. But listen, that comes later. Okay. That's the big think. Okay. Big think happens about that. But let's get into, has everybody caught up? Anything else?
Oh, wait. Going back to the whole is Smug horny? No, Charles.
The age-old debate.
No. Well, there's that film technique. I can't remember. But they showcase it with Alfred Hitchcock, where they have the mother and child, and then there's the attractive female, right? And so they show like a shot. They show what do you call it? They show Hitchcock's face, and then you see what he's looking at, and gosh, did they do it both, or is it just one? But the point is that they have like a stimuli, right? And then you see his reaction to the stimuli, right? And in both cases, they're using the same reaction of the person, but they have different stimuli. One is a wholesome mother and child being together. And so then you read on his face that it's like, oh, he's like, isn't this family cute, kind of thing, right? Whereas if the stimuli is like an attractive female, it's like, oh, he's a dirty old man leering at a young
Context
woman,
matters,
right? And so what's that film technique, that film language technique? It has a particular name.
I don't know. Come on, film snob, get one of your books.
I'm not sure I understand what the comparisons are.
Yeah.
Rosales over on X.
What?
Suggestive editing?
Well, no, I
When
mean,
it's a kissing scene and they show a train going into a tunnel.
Well, it's where you're reading. Like, was it like you're reading? Was it you're reading people's expressions based off of context clues? They also use this kind of thing. Some people use this thing to great effect with people who are who show or display a few emotions, whether that's because they're robots or because they're wearing a mask or because other things. Maybe they're like paralyzed or something, and so like to characterize them to help the audience read emotion on their face, where otherwise it would be very difficult to do. They use these kind of context clues through editing, you could call it, but like through the cinematography in order to help the audience project on to the character different emotions.
The angling of the camera usually does that.
Lighting.
Well, I mean, that's part of it. Yeah.
Angle.
Yeah. But these techniques collectively have it's like a certain effect or something. I can't remember. There's a particular film.
In visual storytelling, what you do with the camera should dictate what emotions.
Well, yeah. I hear what you're saying, but it has a name.
Yeah.
I learned it at one point.
For example, you could have a character wear a mask that is completely neutral, but if they are staring upwards and the camera points to them from up to the side and you have a light beam shine on them from above, you can easily generate a sense of awe instead of just having the neutral mask otherwise, and then you show a scene of them looking upon a magnificent castle and you have conveyed emotion, even though it's still just the same mask.
Filmmaking 101. Join us. Okay.
No, it's not what. No, that's
okay. Let us get into this then. Oh, if everyone else is Gray, are you still a toupee? Hydra, are you still a Hydra? Charles,
I'm still hiding in the Hydra hydrating. Yes.
For now,
I went to it's election day here in the UK, and they wouldn't let me vote.
Why not?
Oh my god!
This not being a citizen thing really doesn't go very far.
Yeah.
What the hell,
I mean,
man?
you've got papers.
I mean, yeah.
Wrong nation.
Lend you some. Just.
I'm from the bastard son of England. No, I didn't really go to vote.
Bastard son.
America is, you're not my real dad. That's what America says to England.
You're not my dad. It's like the meme from the guy sitting inside the tank, and it's like, get out of the tank, son. You're not my dad. I'm in the tank, and you're not. You can't tell me what to do.
So I think it's probably just me being ignorant, but I have heard nothing about any UK elections really. Is it controversial this time, or anything major happened with that one?
The Tories, which is comparable to what conservatives are in the States, is probably going to be overturned by Labor, which is comparable to Democrats. And it's not a one for one comparison, because they have I think six different parties. Go figure, more than two choices.
Oh my god. What a revolutionary idea.
But yeah, I saw someone say that the 9-year course correct for Brexit is finally starting to take place.
This is okay. Who wants to say this really quickly? This message here. Go, Hydra, say it.
A hydrated Hydra hiding under his hide blanket, reading his hidden copy of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Very
Oh,
well
that was
done.
satisfying.
My ears are smoking.
Ooh, nice.
I just look, the fact that in South Africa they have this more down that you need to register to vote. You have to have citizenship to vote. Africa has it. I know that we have corrupt elections anyway, but
You guys should get with the times. Just let anyone vote. That's what we
let
do.
it make it transparently.
No, they rather have a bush war before they let everyone vote, okay?
For the record, I
it's racist to make people sign up to actually vote and check citizenship. Come on, guys.
Yeah, no borders. You shouldn't have them. So
I wish. Never mind.
Yeah. So I found it. I put it there. It's called the Khrushchev effect, something
there
like that.
you go. He found it.
Kuleshov.
Oh, yeah. Of
Yeah.
course, we all know about that. Yeah, but
Yeah, right. All right. thanks,
no, I've
Brian.
never heard of that, man. That's really interesting. I want to research that after this.
It's theory in editing.
Oh,
I mean, it's just a name for like
a thing.
in effect somebody noticed. It's not
That's
like
what
this
studying
big
teaches you.
deal. But
Stuff.
you described it even if you didn't know it had a name. So I mean that knowing what it is far more important than
What's
the
in a
name
name?
itself.
Okay.
So,
Come.
getting back to a topic.
Let us herd these cats. Come on in.
Yes.
Let's talk about the game and drama.
We have some
Hydra
new
is-
spicy things. Yes,
Yes,
multiple
Hydra,
of them.
you can chaperone us through this journey.
So, we have some new spicy things, which I would rather leave to, because everyone is already familiar with the old, boring Stellar Blade, people whining and moaning about artists being able to put their own thing into games. I know, how lame. Should they all bend to me? Why don't they make all games for me? Why am I not the target audience for everything? Why can't the artists just do their own thing and then people decide to enjoy it or not, or critique it or not? But we have new, fresh meat on the chopping block in the form of Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov. The developers have decided to engage in an interesting monetary policy. Tarkov has always been the black sheep for quite a while. Still, technically, you are a beta tester if you play it, etc., etc. Some weird things. It's that kind of game. But recently, they have released... What are all of those things, Charles?
It's too
Those
much
are all
talent
things
for one
that-
stream, Charles.
Oh my god, we can't handle it. 2 times.
Look at all those beautiful colors.
Where's
I
the
like the one with the
purple
button thing on the
Charles?
top. That's
Where's the purple one?
good question.
This is kind
It
of
doesn't
purple.
have a... That's not purple. Stop
That's
lying.
maroon.
All right. It's not
It's
maroon.
maroon at best.
This
That's
is
not purple either.
violet.
No, that's not violet either.
That's
Charles, you're terrible at lying. That's light blue.
Lilac? No. It's
Yeah,
the
it's
lighting.
lilac.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I
Okay.
can see it better now. Yeah, hold it up to
I
the
don't
camera,
have
nice and steady.
Purple.
I just
Well-
want to know why there's. That's very red.
Okay, then at least wear a red and a blue together.
Yes, obviously
That's
that's the
purple
solution.
enough.
No.
Where do you have like a proper hook and things for them, or where do you put them in like a bag?
No. Keeping it like this is not normal.
Just a massive, oversized pancake of hats. But I
Wait,
wanted
do you
to
keep them
to
in the
expand
popcorn
your
maker?
collection.
No, I wish. That's how I get the
There you
color
go.
in.
What
So-
are you showing us, Foxrew?
Ooh,
Oh,
I saw that.
Oh,
That's-
so it was about the gaming drama, and I just
Right,
this
yes.
comic here, I feel like kind of sums up a lot.
That we are not there yet, but okay.
Okay, we're not because we're on.
We're not at the
Tarkov.
Stellar Blade yet. We are at Tarkov
Okay.
right now, but we'll
Okay, so
let's
not-
say that for later.
not
That
yet.
will be very
Yeah,
relevant
we'll
later.
add it
Okay.
later. Okay.
I
decided to-
wasn't. Yeah.
I decided to lead with the new and exciting, not the same old boring complaining about the the
Boobs.
attractive women in video games. How dare they make things pretty? But Tarkov has released the Unheard edition, this beautiful new addition to their game, which costs $250. 250 chamangas.
No.
250. Now, for that, most people would expect, some real value as the,
Something to hold.
you need something to put in that package. If this was an Elden Ring edition, I expect a Millennia statue or like a miniature sword or like an Elden Ring module, a hammer, Marika's hammer, or like one of those charms or little things like hang up somewhere, Then maybe the Dark Moon ring or something, some trinkets, a manual, maybe an art
That's
book.
exactly. I was thinking of the word
soundtrack copy. You need some value in a package. What they decided to put in it instead.
Wait.
Is,
if I could just real quick, $250 is a little bit over 3.5 copies of like the new standard price of a game, which is $70. The new standard price, $70.
Keep in mind that most people would be okay with the new standard price, the $70, if you reduce microtransactions and other shit that they already put in games. But Tarkov decided to have this insanely high price while they also have other monetary incomes. So it's a bit already on rocky ground as you're looking at all of these monetization policies that are kind of a lot. But what they decided to put in the Unheard edition is things that some people already had for free in their game.
Oh.
And from what I see, I'm not personally a Tarkov player, but it doesn't seem very nice because this content has been now retroactively removed from some people. That might be on purpose, might be an accident, but even if it's on accident, it's really shitty. And in order to get it, now you have to play the full $250. Now, what's even worse is that this breaks a very fundamental promise that they made as a creator and as a business way back when they released the Edge of Darkness edition, which was $100 back then. One of the many perks of that thing was that if you bought the Edge of Darkness for $100, all future downloadable content for Tarkov will be free for you. So it was almost like a subscription, a fourth payment, a show of goodwill that, you put a significant amount of funding into us, and in exchange, we will give you in the future all downloadable content for free. They decided retroactively after a bunch of people bought that now that except Edge of Darkness, except Unheard edition, of course. That's no longer free. You have to pay the $250, even if you paid for the $100 before. So they went back on a fundamental promise, which is even worse. Now, I'm not personally an expert businessman. I'm not an expert video game seller. I don't know much about the field, but this looks like a bad business practice to me. A lot of people got very mad, arguably so, maybe righteously even, because this seems like a bit of a screw up if you are a loyal player in this game.
I'm looking at this. So you don't want to have outrage and then fix it. You want
they didn't even fix it.
But they're trying to say that they've fixed it here.
No. They fixed it by saying actually they paddled back and said, after half of the internet hated them and there was massive uproar because you can't just go back on a promise and say all future content is free for you and they're like, nah, fuck you, we rip you off like the little bitch you are, we have your money, you still have to pay, Afterwards they said, no, actually we are willing to give you a discount, you only have to pay $150. How mighty generous of them, but that's still not free.
Wow. Yeah,
so they tried to do this 2 steps forward, 1 step back, even after they were caught breaking a promise. And also the developers of the game, or a representative of the developers, some people at a higher position, decided to talk about how actually this is not content for the game. This is not downloadable content, so this does not include all future content for free. It doesn't count. It's some mystical other form of a game thing.
On a technicality.
It's
They're like,
not.
"Oh,
It's
no."
technically a download of a content. So on a technicality, they
That
lose.
doesn't exist. They're trying to make a technicality, and it's actually just wow.
No, they got caught on the technicality
But
themselves because it
whose
is
idea
downloadable
was
content.
that? Who thought they won't notice? It'll be fine.
I don't know, but it's such a fundamental business practice. If you give a subscription to a customer and a massive promise, like all future stuff free for this particular product, if you break that, or even if you a little bit infringe on that, even if not completely break it, just infringe or a perceived infringement on it later, that will be a grave mistake that you will pay for dearly. This is something that they should teach you in business class. I think it's something that a reputable business would ought to avoid.
Maybe just have some integrity, and then that integrity is good for business when it comes to having a consumer-based product. Treat your consumer right, and your consumer will help. I thought help because I read Lucy's message. 4 likes, right? You know what? If you don't like this video, then I don't know. Insert threat here.
Yes, the kittens will show up to your house. The Council of Kittens have decided your fate. Yeah. You will be interrogated by the assassin cats.
What did you say, Gray? Did you say
I just met them. Yeah, they've had a meeting with Hydra. You know, he's experienced that a few times. You don't want to be there. So hit the like button.
Or you know what? If you want cats, hit the like button too. It really, it's just whatever you want. You are gonna,
yeah. It decides. You know, you are only deciding the tone of their visit, the emotion which they will carry with themselves once they meet you. Okay, would you rather prefer an angry and
they will
council
eat you,
of kittens,
or they'll love you? Yeah.
or a purring content?
Clouder. They're called Clouder.
Yes.
So had to
ball of cat.
Had to head to YouTube to see Gray call me out. Yeah, he's calling me out. So you'll see your name tag now. So this Escape from Tarkov, do you think this is not gonna
Again,
break the game going forward?
It's as long the truth is, the hardcore truth is that as long as they are making money, the business will prosper. Like if the Tarkov devs continue to make this money and there is no permanent long-term change or damage or financial or reputational or anything, it will be wrote off as a success and they will continue to have a prosperous and glorious future. Even though some people argue that they should give more respect to promises they made to the customers, but as long as nothing changes, they'll be just fine. They'll be humming along great.
Yeah, but it's still, that kind of still pisses me off that they have to fix it. That it happened at all is what's upsetting. J Mac is exactly right, okay? Because as soon as I heard this question, which we will get to at the end of the show, so you have to stick around the whole time.
For the man-bear discussion, yes.
Yes. As soon as I heard the man versus bear thing, I was like, man, bear, pig, man, bear, pig. That's all I thought of. So
yeah.
Yes, you are very loud, Mr. Gray.
Really? I haven't touched anything. I really hate.
You are right up in the mic. Something happened. You're even you are progress. You got louder than before. It's getting worse.
If you guys haven't, I don't know. Is everybody here seen Man Bear Pig? This is Man Bear Pig.
No, I did not.
Pig. Yeah. He's from South Park.
Interesting.
Oh,
that's Man Bear Pig. That is our greatest enemy, and he exists. So you know what, Jay? You took my joke for later, but you know what? That's okay. You literally paid to put it there, so I can't complain at all. And you told it a lot better. So thank you for that.
That is so
But,
fucking cursed. Jesus.
Yes, it is. It's great. Thanks, South Park. We really love you for it. J-Mac with the facts. Tarkov, is that game still alive? You know what, Vika? I was actually about to say to Hydra, like, the people that I know that play that game, they're obsessed with it. It is their game.
Let me look at player numbers.
They love
now
that
compared
game.
to
They've
before.
not stopped playing it. It's like their Warframe.
It has a unique appeal because of its a very specific kind. It's a very specific kind of game, so it has a good position in the market. But I don't think just because you tapped a previously unsourced potential in the market that you still have to do normal business practices if you seek to hold yourself to a reputable account, really. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think this will harm them at all. I think they will continue to do just fine, but scorning them is not something I can condemn in this situation, because I think they did some pretty fucking dirty things, personally.
Sorry, just this is a more realistic depiction of Man Bear Pig. That's actually what he's truly looks like. Sorry.
Yeah, I like the anime form one though.
He's got hooves.
You haven't played more Warframe for months. He's got trotters, Charles. Trotters.
Pardon.
I haven't played Warframe for months, so giving it a break. That I could play. Basically, I didn't play for that long, but I know that I could get into Warframe the way I was into Destiny, where it was just like I have to do my daily things and I have to carry on there.
You should play Stellar Blade.
I still have to play more Helldivers, okay? I've got to play this weekend with Kyle if I can. I've got so many things to do. So many fun things to do.
The thing about Stellar Blade is that it's single player, so you don't have to worry about teaming up with anyone.
Kitteh, as someone who games and is not of the male gender, how important is sex appeal to you?
I think I'm one of the most pervy. Look, I'm going red, but I'm one of the most pervy girl gamers because I do like sexy characters, and usually I want of the same sex. Actually, I usually play as a girl. If there's an option, I will play as a girl. So I want her to be super, super sexy, and not over the top, but if I can't make a character that looks like me, then I'll go all out and make them super, super donk. Like even in Fortnite, there was a nice bum on the one girl that I was used to play. Like that's what I was like. Yes, I like sexy females in my games.
But is it some form of projection, or is it something to aspire to?
Yes, exactly. Okay. And it is pleasing to look at. So it's not
it becomes a form of idol, and yes, you will be looking at your character all the time for long periods. So you would preferably wanted something that you find attractive and personally pretty. So that is why I don't like this whole narrative of like, no, it has to be representative of reality. It has to be representative of our specific movement of people who wouldn't play video games anyway. We are going to walk between the art and the artist and say, no, you cannot do your own thing. You cannot decide on your own whether or not you want these characters to be pretty or ugly. And people cannot like it or not like it based on how they play it and what they say. No. Our social movement demands that in the name of harm reduction, this art form, instead of being an idealistic interpretation of an artist's will and trying to share a vision, instead it has to be a representation of reality as realistically as possible, or else, how dare you are harming people. I hate this narrative so much. Why not just let artists do their own thing? Is that so fucking hard? Just let them do their own art, and if it's bad, people will tell you anyway. You don't need a social movement to come in and fiddle with things. It's fine. Bad art doesn't get super popular for a reason. It might generate temporary fame, but it won't go far. You don't need to artificially tip the scales in the name of minimizing harm or whatever, when it's not really something that ever worked in the history of humankind. Think back whenever was there, can you point out to me a single point in human history when a social movement censored artists so that their specific worldview was more represented, which in this case is, you gotta be as real as possible or else, how dare you, you're evil, and that somehow produced something fundamentally productive and nice? Can you tell me a single time in human history when that has happened?
I don't know. I don't know any history.
I don't think censoring artists in the name of a social movement has ever produced anything worthwhile.
Look, but you're putting them closely into art, which of course I understand.
Yeah.
We want them to be in art, but in terms of marketing, it's actually just also better to have sexy. So
of course, that's just another thing in of itself, that if you want to sell something, sex sales are crazy, of course. And if you want to sell something that you want people to look at and enjoy then you wanted something that they would be very much attracted to. If you're going to stare at the back of a character, you want that to be something you are willing to stare at anyway.
If you go back to my old streams, that's exactly you.
There is a reason
about the booty.
Yeah, there is a reason while for female characters, a third-person camera is lower placed than for male characters. Or while player characters in RPGs don't look like the people you meet at Walmart. There is a very specific and good reason for all of these decisions, and they have generally been successful in trying to improve the quality of the game. Your desire, or not you, I'm speaking of a colloquial you, for this social movement that is trying to champion this change in the name of harm reduction in real life. This desire that the alteration of video games so they are more representative of the average body type of the woman, what you determine to be the average woman, is not going to produce any of the profound positive results that you'd expect. It's the thing that is going to produce it's frustration from both artists and gamers who have been up to this point willing to do their own thing, and then you walk into their space where you wouldn't go for any other reason and demand that they bend to your will. Imagine this in any other situation. Would this be okay?
Well,
I saw Charles frowning. Yay.
Yeah, I actually had a question for Charles, but he was talking, so I'll wait until you're done, Charles, and then I got a question for you.
Maybe he answered.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll see.
I would say it's just a different variation on shooting games. Whenever there's a mass shooting, they talk about Grand Theft Auto seemingly first. And it's all these war games. And I just feel like it's a different variation on that.
It's the same playbook or strategy.
It's the difference with that is that there have been actually a lot of scientific studies done on especially violent video games because of this championed of this idea that they are the ones causing mass shootings, and there have been a lot of studies done, and there was no link established between them. There have been some very baseline correlations based on which this conclusion was drawn that the harder it's the video games. But actually, when you go into it, it seems like that it only encourages competitiveness in people and a willingness to strive forward, but doesn't encourage violence or any sort of other socially detrimental behavior that would result in these tragic events. So this has been researched actually, and the proofs are really interesting. I encourage anyone who has the time and willingness to look into it because it's interesting. It's also just another thing that it's clearly the video games are not a major contributor, because whenever you look at mass shootings, how they occur, where they occur, for what reason, video games are very distinct and far removed from them, because there are places where video games are super popular, mass shootings may have completely different, they may be popular, maybe not happen that much, etc. Or in Japan, there are barely any, even though video games are everywhere, especially violent ones, or in other places where there are almost no video games that are that popular, there are lots of shooting. So this has been researched extensively, and there is no proof so far of any relation of video games causing shootings. But it is, of course, a quick and easy thing to say, instead of, especially for a politician, instead of trying to work with this very difficult issue where people lose their lives, to just blame it on some form of entertainment. This has been done again and again and again throughout history. The newspapers were blamed, the radio was blamed, the television was blamed, now video games were blamed. And when the next thing comes, like VR, or when it becomes the new popular next form of entertainment, that will be blamed as well for negative trends.
But another thing, since I've spent a better part of the last decade more in Europe than I have in the States, is the US could be the most prude country in the West.
Yeah.
The big stink we make over sex is just ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
It is. We must seem deranged to Europe in that sense.
You are all my deranged little entertainment toys. I look to the US whenever I need a laugh or something interesting or weird happening. I consume your news for entertainment, yes.
Game of comedy over here.
It's just funny, like, Maxi Pad commercials in the States, you have to have blue liquid. Here, they'll show red liquid. They'll show somebody with underwear that has pubic hair, which is something that you would never show in the States.
Okay, I think South Africa is very American in that way.
That's
we had
in
the
terms
same.
of advertisement thing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes, and it's and sex-wise as well. Actually, quite conservative as well.
I was shocked watching YouTube on the TV where I know this because it was in the commercial here. Challengers, there's a topless scene in it because it was in the commercial on TV.
Wow!
Zendaya just nippies out.
Wow!
Go watch the movie.
Did it sell better in Europe?
It should.
It only opened last week. I don't know. The European market takes a little bit longer to report shit than the US does.
Come
Rosales,
on, you're the box office guy, though.
Well, I don't have
very-
international numbers like that.
Rosales, go and watch V's channel. He has whenever he speaks about sexiness in games, the furries come after him on Twitter, and he goes to their profiles.
Why
and
is
looks
he
at
in
them.
Twitter? It's so bad for your mental health. Please don't. Unless there is something profoundly enjoyable or very unique that you must acquire from that platform, why do you go there? It is such a terrible place, and then complain that it's full of terrible people.
Okay, can you tell me what kind of port that is? What do you call
No,
it's
I've
a
never
multi-
seen I'm just kidding. but that's
it's
not
fat
micro
one.
USB.
it? Micro, right?
That's
It's
the-
old.
yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
old, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
On
mean
here,
tape.
there are
Oh no,
there are
USB
images.
Mini. Yeah, USB
Yeah.
Mini.
is it
USB
mini?
mini,
No,
okay.
it's
Because I
Just
lost
mini
the
in it.
cable and I need to buy one, and
It's
I'm
the
gonna get
older
one now.
version of this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I just don't have a
That's
cable
the
that works
micro.
like this. And on here
Yeah,
is
my bad, yeah.
is what's the name? What do you call it? Pictures from our days playing Monster Hunter. Vika and all of us. We took so many photos of our characters in Monster Hunter because we dressed them up and we played with them and we did all kinds of things that we were just enjoying. Just talking about
because you found them attractive or wanted to make
Yeah.
them pretty or something that
They-
you would like to look
yeah,
at.
sure.
And
I'd
that is
work
such
really
a fundamental thing. I don't know how
Yeah.
people struggle to understand that making an attractive idol is what some people want for escapist entertainment, or it sells,
What
or they
did
aspire
Charles
to.
do?
How is it
What
so?
did Charles do? What
well,
did
that's
he do?
actually I
Emo,
wanted to
tell us, what did he
talk to
do?
Charles about what I wanted to ask. So
Ooh.
when Kitteh was asked if she generally wants like a more attractive character, I thought I got the impression from you that you were saying you didn't want that. Is that correct, Charles?
That I don't want.
Yeah, like a more
attractive characters.
character.
I don't know. I think it's funny that you guys were talking about looking at their asses. Meanwhile, if I'm playing a game, the person I'm not looking at the most is the character I'm controlling
you're
because I'm
looking
looking
at
at the
the
world
rest,
around.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong
Yes.
angle.
But yes,
That
I know
was-
you're not looking at them the whole
Yeah.
time. But sometimes you just it's like cleavage. It comes into your view, and you're like, hey.
I was
You're like-
merely, I was not advocating that your
That you don't
crosshair be
sit and watch-
solely
yeah.
aimed on someone's
Mm.
buttocks, but I am saying that attractive forms help with the initial pull. Then, of course, you don't want the player to. My tongue is not having a good day. You don't want your player to just only pay attention to the character, of course, but still, it's an important factor.
So with that in mind, I only recently just started playing the remastered version of Last of Us 2. With that in mind, what is the blowback on the second character that you're using for the second half of the game? That she looks too manly?
From what I recall, I don't remember much
Abby?
from the Last of
Okay.
Us
Abby.
2 drama, but Abby, from what I recall, Abby was secondary to the fact that they advertised a lot of the cutscenes and whatnot with Joel, and they later replaced Joel in those cutscenes with another character, and he died very early. So from what I remember, the outrage was over this perceived click and bait, and it was secondary that Abby's character partially, from a certain perspective, didn't make that much sense, but then also it was some people found it very fun to play because she was like a fucking Terminator, and that's also okay, but it was more so a secondary issue compared to a lot of other easily criticable choices that were made.
But I know that character got a lot of shit for being too manly and
extremely like an
They put
actual
her in
Terminator.
sexy
Yes.
situations, didn't they?
But by
Did they? I don't know.
using
I
the
think
same logic,
one of the guy, I don't remember
we
whose
don't.
face that character wore. Was it a developer or someone high up, someone important made a character that looked exactly like them and had them have sex with Abby on screen in a production where they normally take down games for perceived nudity. So that was also rather yikes. It seems like a blatant self-insert, and in a manner that breaks principle. So maybe I'm completely misremembering. I could be wrong about this, but that caused large outrage as well.
Slight tangent. Nosferatu asked for a request, Hydra. Could you say one particular word?
Yes, what word?
Apparently belly.
Belly.
Oh God.
Why? I said it.
The internet needs
He likes us saying this.
Who?
Like I said belly the one time on the stream that.
Oh, there.
is
Okay.
usually at.
Can you say
And then-
belly?
So he
said
comes around
belly.
and he just asks funny people with weird accents to say belly. So maybe
Why?
I don't know. Say it again, because I don't know. He liked the way I said it, so maybe.
Why do you like it when I say belly? Why is it so important that it's? Why is it the word belly specifically? I could imagine a bunch
He's
of
loving
other
it every time you
words.
say it. Keep saying it. So what words
I could
are-
imagine a bunch of other words that are not belly that would much better showcase or betray someone's accent or how they speak, etc., or any potential speech impediments, or them being really tired or having a waggly tongue or something being interesting
Waggly
derived from it
tongue.
rather than just belly. I don't know why it's belly specifically
You know what? It's
that you
because-
like, but
it's
there you
because
go. I
it's
said
also-
belly for you.
But it invokes the image of belly. Oh, it's cute, man.
Sure, whatever, man. It's not
Okay.
my thing, but
Thank you
okay.
for that tangent. Sorry. So Charles, I understand what you're saying, and I feel like Abby was a little bit unfairly maligned, if you will. But in that game, you don't really have like a choice of a character. Like if you have a character builder or a choice of a character, do you choose the more homely one, or do you go for like a badass character?
well, speaking of something like Resident Evil, I chose the girl because she had 2 extra storage slots. No pun intended.
Which game? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
I'm
The
curious.
first one, Jill had 2 extra
Okay.
storage things, whereas Chris had 6 and she had 8.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
I
not
liked
how those
Chris, but-
work.
The storage slots?
That's
But,
not how those work. Oh no.
That isn't how they work. I could understand if there was one extra slot.
That's
That
my-
would
Oh
make
God,
It's my nickname in
No,
nightclubs.
you can fit two
Let's
things.
go pick up some storage slots.
Okay, so I know, but that's true. You because there's a bra, you can put things in bras. Yeah, that works. Yeah, nice slots,
But
lady.
if we're talking about sex appeal with somebody like Abby, we're forgetting who we play the game as for the first half, no? Because if we're supposed to introduce or have this inherent sex appeal, why are we thinking that way about a
No,
14-year-old
no,
girl?
no, no. Well,
Oh.
you've played.
Yes.
She. So is it? I don't remember it being the first half. Being played as. I remember, like you played
Abby being the
for
second.
a few hours.
Abby
You
is
played for an
introduced
hour or
later,
two
no?
as oh gosh, why can't I think of her name? Ellie, and then you go to Abby, and then you go back to Ellie. I wouldn't call like the first half non-Abby. I'd say I would actually say the first half is Abby with the prologue being Ellie.
I think we're gonna have to put a pin in that because a very special message just came in from the one and only J-Mac. Lies. Women with large endowment keep all sorts of crap in their cleavage. I've seen it.
Okay,
You've
you
seen
can
it,
stop
Jay?
showing off. I've seen it. I've seen it. Okay, yeah, sure, man.
It's
Okay,
true.
thank you for the donation.
Hey,
But
you
then
don't need to
this
have.
will go towards those extra 2 story
No, it's true.
slots. Okay, they will be
Like-
invested for others to gain those story slots.
I was here going to be like, you can still use you have more space if you're not well endowed, but it's like I've never done that, but I know girls with large breasts and they've all done that. It must be just having this extra security. Things won't fall out. So Jay can confirm. Because I was about to be like, itty bitty titty committee does not agree with this message, and then it's like actually.
Say that rapidly 3 times in a row. Go.
Itty bitty titty committee. Oh, 3 times. Itty bitty titty committee. Itty bitty titty committee.
Oh, that was cheating, but I'll accept it. It's fine.
Yay, thank you. My girl Abby, when things are flat, don't you have more volume? Exactly. I was going to say that, but you see, it's a security issue. It's about things falling out.
Yes,
So-
that's it.
so
You need
they-
the necessary push
they have-
between the two,
yeah,
the two
this-
things so that it's secured and doesn't slide around. Yeah.
It's just basic physics. It's fiction. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
But also, Abby, just
I don't know
to
if it's
just to
basic
quickly,
physics.
I see some people talk about it. But I think just want to avoid the accidental impression that Abby is not doesn't have the body type that would be found extremely attractive to some people. I think that is a whole. That is a rather misguided part of the conversation, or red herring, even where people went in that direction, but it was necessarily even even an issue at any point. I think it's completely fine that they gave her a body type like that. An issue that was a bit more with like brought up with the model itself is that the way the body and the face were connected didn't necessarily make sense. So they could have made some adjustment to the face or the body so that it made sense that it belonged to the same person, but not necessarily belong to the group or agree with the fact that, oh, this is outrageous, you can't put this body on a woman, because I think it's the artist's choice, and ultimately it was okay. I understand why, and it was fine. And it's their decision.
The problem is with this with Stellar Blade is we may never know what the original artist with the team, the artist, the CEO of like Shift Up, what they think, because there are disparagement clause that could, especially in Asia, are way more strict than they are in the US. So and they're pretty strict in the US anyway, but they're way stricter in Asia. So they could be very unhappy, and we might never know. In fact, they may be even obligated to praise Sony for their decision. Like, no, this is good. We went too far or something. You know, they could be required to say this for all we know.
I dislike it heavily when the artists are so severely restricted. Of course, I'm not for full artistic unlimited, whenever what the artists can do whatever they want. But I don't like it when it's unnecessarily restricted, so much so for causes that I don't view as really optimal or things that will work out in the favor that they are championed as. I don't like that I wish they would have been able to share with us their original vision, because it doesn't seem harmful at all, and then people could have reviewed it based on that and not be forced to play this game of like what is less offensive here or there or acceptable, and forced to apologize and kowtow to certain groups that would have otherwise never even heard of their game anyway ever. So I don't particularly like the situation they were put in, but yeah. Hopefully one day they'll be able to share us their unrestricted creativity.
Yeah, so I suppose we've strayed into the Stellar Blade discussion again.
Yeah, you want to bring up the comic?
Yeah, now it's relevant. Yes.
Yeah. So this is kind of what we're mentioning here. This is also a phenomenon, I should say, is that, back in the day, there was Laura Croft, and she's like, what's with the, they have these kinds of people. What's with this misogynistic design for incels? And then the same thing, right? But then added, can't you be an empowered female or feminist icon like Laura Croft? Like ignoring the original controversy, right? To
compare it to something that is more established already. Yes.
Like the situation changes surrounding Laura Croft, and that they eventually do embrace her as a feminist icon of some sort. And so when this new character comes out, they do the same thing, right? And the process happens again.
And
right?
again and again. And
this time it's Baronetta with Nier Automata.
It's not that the character or the thing changed. It's that the surrounding conversation opinion changed, and it's a failure to recognize that.
All right, and this same kind of thing. Both, all three, right? I mean, Laura Croft goes back and forth. When whose arguments are being used against what. But certainly, this is exactly the case for Bayonetta and Nier Automata. Both of them were very heavily insulted and maligned by left Puritans as being anti-woman, anti-feminist characters.
Nothing later than being more than an attractive woman, more than an attractive and extremely powerful female character that goes on an epic quest. Very anti-woman. How fucking dare you create an attractive protagonist with an enjoyable game that is illegal, you evil bigot?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this definitely
has a question.
Where is the
on
evidence?
Twitter, you can find all of the outrage you want. Yeah.
There are historians that have gone over this. There are videos out there. I've seen them. I experienced this being the case. I was there.
He was there.
I read the articles. I saw the comments on Twitter. I saw it happening. I heard people talking about this in real life as well. So, I mean, I don't have the receipts, so you're free to take what I'm saying with a grain of salt until you see it yourself.
You can search up the right now. The proof is there. Look it up right now if you don't believe.
If you look up on YouTube,
okay.
If you look up on YouTube, you can find these videos where people have the receipts, have the evidence of people insulting these characters being this way, and then later, like the latest thing, right, where they're talking about why can't you be like 2B, is the character from Nier Automata. They actually do praise Bayonetta and 2B as being good characters, good examples of attractive female characters, while saying that Eve from Stellar Blade is a bad character. These articles are very recent, and easy to look up, even if the other ones are older and harder to. But they existed. I read them. 2, there are people who have made videos documenting all of this. So, I mean, it's out there. You don't need to take my word for it. But if you're not going to, and you're just
Take
going to
his
say,
word for it.
hey, yeah, if you're not going to take my word for it, and you're not going to look it up, and you take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, that's fine. I'm not
And
gonna
sorry for the interruption. I just couldn't.
line.
I wanted to get in front of the whole argument of like, oh, where is the evidence? You have to bring the evidence with you every single time you talk about anything. I wanted to quickly put it out, quickly interrupt before Andrew went down this whole explanation.
I thought you were going to address your request.
Thought. I wanted to quickly say that very easy. If you want to see evidence of it, it takes less than 5 seconds. You can put this into Google right now, and it will be there.
Okay, I think he's just.
What do you mean you don't see any real material evidence? It feels like online Discord is taking the place of real feelings. Are we at risk of basing trends? Oh, hold on, the chat just scrolls away. Basing trends on social
It's
media.
on the
I believe
screen.
doesn't represent the whole truth. We are not talking about truth representation. We are talking about people and narratives on the internet.
just
I-
certain
it's-
opinions.
It would be great to have her on and have a discussion about this topic.
No, this is SoCov. It's not.
SoCov. Oh,
it's
no.
not
Okay.
Yeah. So one thing, like the next comment
Sokov
is
can
like
come
you have a
on.
comment and now you're weaving a story behind it. Do you think that this comic is what invented the story, or do you think this comic is based on the stories that people were, putting out there that like this is horrible? How dare you do this with this type of representation? I don't know. We definitely didn't come with like every receipt for a comic, but generally comics are based off of well-known.
I Googled it right now. I have the
funny.
evidence right here. It literally took me 3 seconds, and I Googled it right here. And I have articles talking about how Eve is terrible, but 2B is an amazing female icon. But Eve is degrading and made for incels. It took me 3 seconds to type in Stellar Blade Eve 2B, and the articles are right there.
I think that the discussion becomes it is so easy to have this discussion because it is it's like Andrew said, he was there when it happened, so they were part of the discourse, so they've heard this discourse as well. So it's like, oh, I've heard that. It's not so much saying that there are experts in the gaming industry that said this. It's or that declared this and that it was, and that's it. It's that this is a commonly held opinion that was espoused by several people online.
I think that based off of what was said later, I think no. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. No, I take it back. That you have a comic and you weave a story around it. No. If you're not paying attention, that's fine. But I'm not gonna give this any more air. Okay, moving on.
I just want to
hey, but what's really cool?
Look up.
What's really cool?
What do you have, Hydra?
Sorry, just quickly before we move on this topic, one last quick. Sorry for interrupting again, but I want to share this before we move on to something else because I feel it is crucial and important. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Andrew, but I felt like you were moving to a different topic and it wouldn't be relevant again. What I wanted to say, it's okay to not believe us and what we say and the comic and disregard what we say as opinions that are biased. I encourage everyone to go out for themselves and look it up, to see it with their own eyes, because that's what automatically necessary for you to form your own opinion. Don't just believe what anyone says, even if it's us saying it. Go right there on the internet. It will be very easy to find this particular discussion because it was everywhere for weeks and even a month now, and you can very easily find it. Just use Dr. Google. It's there. That's it. Sorry, Andrew. The ball is.
All I was going to say is that it's really fun to make different like there's a lot of different combinations of stuff you can put together, different outfits. I mean, there's like earrings and earrings, glasses, hairstyles, and outfits that you can like coordinate and whatnot. Like this is the one that I've been playing with lately. I was gonna add to show if you don't want to.
What's this? Oh, Stellar Blade.
This is the outfit that like
Okay,
I have her.
So part of this controversy with Stellar Blade, okay, is as I've understood it now, they said they weren't going to censor it. Stellar Blade was like this champion of sexy. We're getting the game we want, and then they covered up a little bit, okay, because this is still pretty sexy, right? They covered it like she's thick, she's proper, and then she's tiny at the top, and it's like it's properly out of it, like it's definitely an idealized shape. So that would scare the feminazis, right? So there's all this outrage that it's like, wait, but you did get your sexy character, but they're like, no, but it's the principle of the thing that you covered up the cleavage with this little window over here, and the fact is that you changed it from what it was supposed to be, which is kind of where Hydra was at when he was talking about letting artists be free. Most of the costumes have been changed, and it's more than a little bit. Which was so much better. So it's not the original, and again, the same argument I suppose comes out is, oh, why don't you just watch porn? And it's like, part of the appeal is the sexiness, I suppose, and the jiggle physics.
Is anyone upset that's not proper desert attire?
I was-
don't know.
No.
I just,
Okay, I'm
she's
upset
gonna have
about the
holes
heels.
where her knees are.
Yeah. No. You know what? For me, it's like we could pretend that whatever's covering there, it's like it's nano protection and whatever. Heels. That nothing is gonna make your heels a
Well,
good idea.
She's a cyborg
She a
at the very least. So I mean,
But why heels? It doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, I guess she could. It's if she's designed for heels.
She's a
fine.
cyborg. What does she
it's
need?
part of the
sunglasses?
jizzle. It adds to the jiggle physics.
It makes the thickness. It accentuates the thickness. Any more?
I'm going
Cyborg.
to, yes. No, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I have to go to the. See, you can actually change all the stuff on the fly except
Oh.
for the hair. For some reason, the hair you have to go to the hair salon to
Oh.
get it changed. So I'm going to the hair salon to get her, so I can like have different.
I'm sure Vika would enjoy this because she has when she plays Warframe, she goes and makes all the different captures of it. It's really cool. So this is just you've got basically a photo shoot area. If this is part of like the game appeal, why don't you watch porn? Is disgusting arguments. I don't want to watch porn. I want basic beauty in my life. Exactly. It's okay to just want. That's what I'm saying. Like Charles, like as much as I was talking about the booty and making fun of that, it's pleasing to the eye. It's not that I'm sitting there going, oh yeah, run, yeah. No, it's more just like it's a nice part.
Charles,
Look behind the
you're a man of
argument
arts.
itself too. Like it's you want to look at something, not necessarily like, oh, it has to be like the sexiest thing I ever saw, and I need this to be actual porn material. It's just a pleasing physique. It doesn't even need to be like the most beautiful. Enthralling. It just needs to be comely and pretty enough to it's okay for the eyes. It's something that is pleasing to look at. And even if it wasn't, what is this argument, by the way, that you should just be able to have a bunch of porn on the side and then be okay with things you don't like to look at in your games being in the center of your screen? When would this
Porn
be
matters
okay,
too.
by the way? Come on.
So Charles, you're a man of the arts. I know that you've got like movie artwork about your place, but not to dig into your life too much. But I'm sure you've got other works of art as well. Do you have many pictures or artworks of like homely people or like cherubian or Rubenesque, if you will? Or do you have more like beautiful images around you?
Would you call this guy pretty?
Beautiful. Yeah.
This guy literally has a bag on his head. Literally has a
But I
bag
mean,
on his
like,
head.
you know what I mean? Like, do you think you have more like beautiful things or I don't know, like ugly, realistic things? Like, I mean, we each have our own subjective taste, but like, when I'm, I said Rubenesque, not Jacobian, but you might have Jacobian art as well. I'm not sure. I don't want to judge. But
I don't even know that reference.
yeah, it's a little specific. But yeah, I don't know. Like art is kind of there to, exemplify beauty in a certain way. Like even when we were, more towards Rubenesque figures, that was the consensus of what beauty was. Like it doesn't
was
seem like
for
generally.
beauty.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm being a jerk here, but I don't know.
Just here, huh?
I only have in every other facet of my life, of course, you're correct. But here, maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know. I've got a couple weird statues of like Buddha and stuff, but I got to say, like most of the figures that I have around my house are like paintings. They are, beautiful people.
But what is Buddha wearing?
He was asking for it. Very little. I think he should have dressed situationally.
You're kind of bringing up what both Kitteh and I were alluding to is, it's something that you look up to in media. I get that. But every single video game doesn't need to be.
No, that's true.
I want to bang that. And when it becomes, again, I'm going on what I've heard here exclusively in the last, couple of months. The complaints always seem to be that girl is ugly or that girl was pretty, that they made her ugly. And it's never talking about the sex appeal of our men, which is fascinating to me.
Because they didn't change that as much.
That's
They
because
talked
it
about
generally
it.
isn't that. Like nobody's complaining about Hemsworth getting his shirt off in the Thor movies.
But that's not a video game.
You
Because
will
the
hear,
double
you will
standard
hear
is
these
why.
examples being brought up. You will hear these examples being brought up in this context, but not those not brought up in and of itself because nobody has a problem with it.
Yeah, that's what the double standard is what makes everybody complain so much. Is that it's like oh, male gaze, oh, you got to get the male gaze.
But
out of this.
nobody
And then-
complained that the Witcher, like I could be standing there and I could never look like Geralt from The Witcher 3. This is terrible male representation. This is an unrealistic male beauty standard, and I and other men are being killed right now, literally in the real world because of it. No, men don't tend to really care about like, this is not something I could ever really achieve. Or if they do care, it's like, I don't like this. They tend to more be on the avoiding side rather than the specifically shouting it out into the world on behalf of themselves, maybe on behalf of others. Again, I could be just wrong because I'm not an expert at these social movements or this kind of thing, or even an expert in this kind of human behavior or anything. But from what I've seen, there was very little complaining about men having crazy unrealistic body types and absolutely unreachable standards in video games where people just look like, wow, they are carved from marble. Holy shit, like a man could never look like this. And nobody made a single fucking comment about it. Everybody was like, yeah, it's a game. It's not supposed to be realistic. Or it's not a game that was made to be realistic. If a game is made to be realistic, of course, the standards will slightly shift. But they were like, yeah, Geralt from The Witcher is supposed to look like that. He's like a mutant, superhuman, whatever. And it's fine. It's not a realistic male. And of course, it's okay. Like, there weren't guys out there protesting about how, no, we need to give Geralt a dead bod because Geralt isn't representative of 50% of men in real life. And it needs to be the case, and it needs to be retroactively changed right now, or else. Like, it's fine.
This is a good question. So kind of loving your questions. Is it just a case of we don't hear those stories because the world is more invested in how women feel? That could be sort of like you hear more about crime in the capital city, not in other cities. That warps perception. I feel like it could be a blend of okay, women are louder about it. They've got their movement, so they've just pushed on that, and so that is more common. Women are louder about that, and then if men complain, it's not I think it's actually drowned out. It's put down. Look, at the same time, if a man complained about the unrealistic body types, I would have the same feedback, that it's like, listen, we should strive. There should be all kinds in your games. I think Charles is right. If everybody in there is always sexy, look, in the Japanese games, in the Asian games, that's kind of a given. It's because it's of the way the fantasy world it looks like. But when it comes to, like, Red Dead Redemption and things like that, you want people to look realistic. It depends on the game. It's a game by game basis.
And the core, yes.
Exactly. So yeah, basically that is what I'm saying, Rosales. Women are louder. They and men are they're not allowed to complain about that. They will be because of the nature of how people react to men. It's like, don't complain. You're a man.
Exactly. I wanted to talk about this, about how men complaining is also socially treated radically different than women complaining. It is, I don't want to delve into the depths of it because, again, I'm not an expert whatsoever at this, but it's pretty accepted widely. And I think it's rather obvious that there are more positive and accepted reactions to a woman complaining about anything, and more of a desire to maybe help or understand. Whereas if a man is complaining, especially if something that is not physical harm specifically, there is more so of a tendency of like, go solve it or whatever. It's fine. But maybe it's because of like the gender stereotype of like maybe the princess that needs to be saved or something. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's happening, but it's clearly observed that the genders complaining is treated very differently. It depends, of course, about surroundings and topics, etc. But it's there.
Yeah, I mean, look, we obviously in our community we are listening a lot to what men are saying, and that's cool. That's what we want. But in terms of the media and the mainstream, it is much more focused on women. And the thing is, how dare man complain because men are the oppressor? It's all through that's part of the whole anti-woke content thing that has happened in the past, I don't know, 5 years now. It's people pointing out how other people are viewing everything through the lens of
the tribe, social
oppressor.
dynamics, oppressor, oppressed, or exactly the opposite of trying to snuff out the oppressor or the oppressed, being so anti-woke that they turn to the exact same tools that the woke people are not realizing that they become the same thing that they sort of destroy. Like this whole polarization and balance. I'm just kind of the guy who's like, but is the art good? Is it
fun?
Is it fun? Is it like do they treat players with respect? Is it like It's like I don't like how this narrative of like the woke and the anti-woke people fighting has like kind of infiltrated everything, every aspect of people. Are like, is this woke or no? Has this been overtaken by the woke people? I said they are like want to like enjoy games.
Culture
like,
war
what
is
about
everywhere.
making good games? What about like learning and arts and game development and gaming and like what about just chilling in this space and doing nice things?
Nope. That actually brings us into our next topic. If we are good with the gaming drama, so we went through. Oh yeah, no, we haven't finished. We do need to talk about. It's not gaming drama. It's Unity versus Unreal Engine. Hydra.
It's not necessarily a drama. They are, from what I know, they are extremely similar.
Sorry, Foxrew, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I finally do have the outfit. I wanted to show you the other outfit.
Okay.
Ooh, hype! Everyone in the chat, get ready.
Okay, so yeah, there it is. Okay. So sorry, PlayStation makes it difficult. I can't just go onto the computer and look at it. I have to go through my phone and then send it from my phone to my
He's taking his time. He's fashionably late, everyone. He's dressing up right now as we speak.
He's waiting for us to.
Okay, share screen.
Always waiting on the ladies, man.
Okay.
I want Eve with a shot.
Okay.
Okay.
So, another outfit that I have been wearing.
How does that stay on? I guess
Nice
it's
sleeves.
sheer. Yeah.
It's very tight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
This is the back.
Oh, the hair clips through the. I don't like that.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
not
no.
realistic? Go back.
No, the hair does clip.
Through the whatever that is to the shoulders.
Yeah.
I don't like
No,
that.
like yeah.
It stays on because it's like a bib. Okay.
But yeah. So
That would be so easy to fix. Just move those two little discs slightly towards the back or in between, like kind of like a little bit more into
It
the
looks
body
like it has like
itself, or
sheer.
but man,
If you cosplay that, you would have to use like tape to keep that.
could you imagine though? You're wearing this. You have to go to the bathroom, right? And you have to unbutton all of those things to get the pants off.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's listen. The most elegant dresses will always, forever, throughout human history, will be a complete pain in the ass to wear.
Okay.
That's just
So-
Can you
universal
zoom in
law.
there? Is the collar and
What?
tie like highly detailed? I think it is.
Yeah.
Look, there's like a shadow and everything on there.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
looks great. You.
That
So,
dicky
like,
looks
look,
pretty
though, like-
realistic.
You can see like they're by her, like she's not like this is not skin. You can tell like she's an automaton or something.
Mhm.
She's a cyborg at the very least, right? You see those lines on her
Mhm.
skin.
Yeah. And like that's part of the whole thing. Why would you not have this like so the context of the game makes sense that you would have like this perfect bod. Okay? Like,
Because
Yeah.
it's a
customizable, it's-
construct. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
whereas yeah,
it is
in-
an idol basically. Like there are I want to ask people like it especially makes sense then that even it be unrealistic then, because are there statues of ugly or displeasing people that are meant to be prominently displayed? Like no, what you have even throughout all of human history is idols and ideas of attractive men and women. And this is also great because we can use this historically to track the shifts of beauty standards throughout the ages. And this here, because it's a cyborg within the context of the game world, is also a form of ideal of something for a perceived purpose.
So
makes sense.
yeah,
Okay, so
are basically they're just one piece, but I chose the hairstyle, the hair color, the glasses, the earrings. So I put this look together. But
stylist. I was going to say now. So part of the thing that with Stellar Blade is people were like protesting it because they're like, no, I'm not going to buy it anymore. I'm not going to play it and punish the game devs. And then Grums came out and said, no, they were fighting against, like, it was kind of like a cope sort of thing where like they were fighting against the big boys, Sony. So Sony is where you have your fight, not with them. So he was like saying you can, what you should do is cancel your PS Plus or whatever it is. That's how you can show them that you don't want them to censor your game. So what is the general thought of that way of going about it? Not all at once.
So I think that actually is, if you were wanting to protest against the censorship, I think that is probably the best way to do it, is to, like, if you pay month to month on your PlayStation, then canceling your subscription for a month or two, or maybe even for like a year, and maybe even for a year, that would, and you like send this to you email or they
no, they actually want to do a physical they actually want to do a physical thing that like of that petition and stuff. They actually want to.
Well,
do
there's
a
that too,
physical
right?
handover of that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. Let them know that you're canceling your subscription, even if it isn't forever, right? But like, see, the thing is that why this kind of thing doesn't work for something like gas. Like people have tried this with gas. It doesn't really work because you need the gas because you need to like go places and do things. So what ends up happening, generally speaking, is even if nobody buys gas on like one day, which was something they did try, everybody just buys the same amount of gas the next day or whenever the strike stops. So it doesn't end up actually like affecting anything. But with PlayStation, I mean, you don't need the subscription like
to play this game,
especially if you're playing, especially with this game, single player. But theoretically, you could do other things with your time, and once it's gone, once the month has passed, even if you buy it again, you're enjoying it for that month. That other month, that's money they'll never get back. That's nothing. You're not missing out on that month or whatever. So if you wanted to protest, that would be an effective way of doing it.
But you need it, like Sokov says, like he doesn't renew his PS Plus because of the cost. So that's his own reason for not doing it. But like you do kind of give them an idea that this is why.
Yeah.
So you like add your numbers to that petition, so that some analyst at some point can say, look, it was like this is how much.
Well, if they Well, when I did my exit review, because I canceled back in the day, I canceled my Funimation account, my subscription to Funimation, because of the what's his name? I can see his face, I can hear the voice, the roles, but Vic Mignogna, Vic Mignogna controversy. I felt like Rooster Teeth handled it way better than Funimation, even though they both decided to not work with him anymore.
So you canceled for that reason?
But I canceled for Funimation, and when they asked me why are you canceling it, I let them know, and it was because what they were doing was like they were handling it very poorly.
You're lucky they gave you the opportunity.
Yeah. They ask when you end your subscription, why are you doing this? And so I let them know. I wrote them a little paragraph talking about how I felt like they were, letting their employees just spew out all of this hate and dirty laundry on Twitter was in really bad form. That it was really ugly, and I didn't like it, and it really put me off of their company and their products, and I let them know that, and I stopped supporting them.
Just looking at what Sokov said, they weren't necessarily, that goes to minimum wage customer service agent. What are you talking about? I'm just thinking in terms of, if you look at it from Sony's point of view, this is Sokov's question, they will take a hit during a month and recover it in subsequent months. That's not necessarily true.
No,
they would have to have more subscriptions. That's the
thing.
It is a knock. It is a hit during a month. For them to recover it, it's not that it's impossible. They would just need to make sure that the next month they have more subscriptions. So it's that what is that called, churn or whatever it is. Has to be a certain way. Theoretically, yes, they could recover from it, but they need to do something to earn those subscriptions back. And a hit is a hit. At some point, some executive says, "Why did we go down this month?" And they go, "Oh well, nobody ever wants to take a hit, especially with that subscription stuff." Okay, just going on to the Unity stuff. I guess if anyone else wanted to have a say about the whole.
I wanted to do a quick lead up with the whole Unity Unreal thing. Is they are almost exactly the same. There are very, very slight differences. The vast majority, from what I see, again, this is on my perspective in this particular topic, the vast majority of the gaming industry uses Unity, then a little bit more of it uses Unreal, and then like 1% is basically almost all the rest. The difference from what I've seen personally, Unity is easier to learn. It has more utility. It has easier adaptability, more of a live community from what they do, assets, etc. All of the. I'm not trying to diminish the how Unreal is. Some people say Unreal has a bit potential for better graphics. It's almost exactly the same, but the vast majority of gaming industry use Unity, and I think it's for a good reason. One thing that I personally seen that with the tool is that there was a lot of outrage over Unity changing its subscription model, which I personally think was misplaced, because it actually, even though it looked like a greedy move from what people said, but actually reduced the amount of money that a majority of smaller game developers, indie developers, would be paid, and increase the amount that some of the largest would be paying. So while it would be a net increase for them, it lifted some load of indie developers, which I personally am for, because I think they should be allowed to compete more with the AAA industry, because they have the capacity to be real competitors to them. As for Unreal, what I've seen is that they have an actual advertising campaign that talks about how complaints were filed that 70-something% of women's body types are not represented in gaming, and therefore we have to redefine not just gaming but beauty standards in all of society as a whole. This is a trailer for the next Unreal something. I saw it.
Oh my god! So wait. So Unreal
seems to be embracing this social trend that we need to change all of body types in all of gaming because of a certain social movement. Like, this is a real thing that the Unreal trailer showed, that 70% of women's body types are not in games, and therefore we have to redefine it all. And that this belief that games have to represent reality for some reason, otherwise you're evil. I don't know why this is so popular. I really just
like
want games to be
realistic,
fun and cool.
There are realistic depictions of the way people look in games. Like, I think there would be complaints about everyone, like Charles said, like if everyone was just pretty all the time.
Yes, someone brought it up in the chat. The Witcher games, they have Geralt, but they also have a bunch of really realistic looking average body types and average people in them when you interact with the small folk. And that is also great because it's in a setting where it all makes sense and it's done well. And that's ultimately what I think it is, that it should be just up to the artist to try to create an enjoyable game. And if it won't work, people will complain, rightfully so. But this fervor, this crusade to enforce this idea that no, they have to be exactly represented all the time, and we need chubby people to become the new standard, the new attractive, the new ideal. This was what the trailer promoted personally. It showed a very stereotypical attractive female character turn into a chubby, overweight female character and be like, this is the new beauty.
So they literally, where is this? I want to see.
You can search it up right now. I think I can find it for you. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Because they literally said that this is what we're going for. Look, I
didn't say that. Exactly. They showed and it implied it. Hold on. It says Dove and Epic Games, the body positive trailer, Unreal Engine.
Yes, so, I've seen that.
You'll be able to look it up. So they didn't exactly say it outright, but the implication along with the text was there that we're gonna have the ideal good-looking female character turn into this chubby plus-size female character, and that this should be the new beauty standard we all strive towards, and we need to enforce this upon the gaming industry. I don't understand why you can't just leave the artists to do their own to flex their own wings and explore the skies for themselves. And then the people who enjoy or explore their products will be able to review them. Don't come in with another third-party social movement to try to take hold of the reins. It's fine. I don't think there needs to be this enforcement mentality.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to bring up, Sokov. Is there a split between games with character customization versus ready-made heroes that need to fit the plot physics? Exactly. Like if you have Geralt who's like 300 kilograms and can't walk, that's not a thing. Okay, that's representation, but then you have to make your game that he is able to move quickly because of some spell he has or something like that. You have to. I think that this is where in a custom, not a custom, in a ready-made hero game, that's what they're trying to influence. Because having a character customization that you can make anything, I think that's cool. Whatever, make any body size that you want, and that's fine because it's the character that's part of character customization. It's great to have that. But if it comes to you're telling a certain story about a certain character that needs to be a certain way, have certain characteristics, then you better make your art make sense. Make that we're following this person, that this person's really, that I don't know, that it's a story game, so we don't need them running for miles and miles in it, don't break the immersion. So that's what they're kind of saying, is that I don't know. It's not like I'm going to go, oh my God, everybody needs to be pretty in my game. It's
it just makes sense in a setting and make it fun. Make the game fun and have a good quality. That's all that really matters. You don't need this, the game must be about representation. If the game is fun, if the gameplay is enjoyable, the game is fun, and the customer is treated with respect, literally nothing else will matter. Nothing else. Like, they've been games made. There is Bread Simulator. There are games where the protagonist is an evil hat. Like, you can make a game out of anything. It's fine. If the game is enjoyable, it doesn't matter.
What was Louise playing earlier on? She was playing some sort of pressure washer simulator.
Pressure washer simulator. Again, who thought? But it took off. Or like the car mechanic simulator or whatever. Like, it can be, you can make an enjoyable game out of almost anything. That is a fundamental part of philosophy even. And it doesn't matter if the gameplay is good, the experience is well done, and the customer likes it, then that's all that matters. Really. Sorry, that's just reality.
Look at this idealist over here. So is that about it on the Unity? Because I mean, Unity and Unreal, so it's, I guess
I hate how people even measure them up against each other because they're almost the exact same. But there are differences, but it's, again, I'm personally more so pro Unity, but I'm biased because that's what I'm learning. But still, I think you'll be fine with both because they are very much what the vast majority of the gaming industry uses. They are okay.
Okay, well, what I'm hearing, because I'm not in the gaming industry, but what I'm hearing about these two is, one is saying that one is putting the ideology in at the bottom layer, whereas the other one is just like, here, use this and make games.
From what I've seen, the trailer might not necessarily be the official Unity stance. I hope that's not the official Unreal stance, Sony. I desperately hope, not desperately, but in the back of my mind, there is this voice that's like, let's hope that it was just something that was made by some group using Unreal and not the official stance of all of Unreal Engine.
But it would be, I would think it's some sort of marketing executive that
I think so. Probably that's the case. But
so that means that I prefer this one. This one's cool.
That DP is offensive.
What?
Double penetration.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't.
It's offensive. They decided. What is the hair thing? Is that like a weapon? What is that?
Oh yeah. That. Oh, so that's your sword. That's where you keep your sword.
That's the stellar blade.
Yeah,
that's the blade. Okay, cool. Listen, I don't know.
A hair weapon. That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, you pull it out.
See, that's again. This is something that
so realistic.
Who would come up with this? A hair weapon. But again, if it's fun to use and the
I whip my
customer
hand back
likes
and
it,
forth.
then it's okay. Then it's good design. Like it's not. I'm sorry, it's an art form. Like it almost anything flies if it's enjoyable and well done. Like
Okay, so yeah, I wanna wake Charles up as well.
No, don't appease
next-
me. I just don't
no.
have any investment in this. That's all.
Okay, well now we can talk about. It'll bring us on to online hits. Okay, so this is we've done a bit of game drama. So that kind of goes into, because it was Grums who was carrying on about this. About Celeblade and championing for getting the games that you want to get, and this is how you do it, and all of the protest and whatever. And then somebody came out and was like, disappear this person, I'll give you 20. It started off at 20k. What was it?
It started off at like 20k.
Yeah,
$20,000.
okay. And that was it. But now, if you saw Kevin earlier, he said that Asmongold was also getting
Oh no. Okay, so Denims was reacting to Asmongold, reacting to a Rev Says Desu video, talking about Grums getting a hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she said, like, so there's three people on screen. There's Grums, there's Rev Says Desu, and there's Asmongold.
the React layer is going forever.
She's like, I'm gonna add. I'll throw my hat into the ring, like an extra 10k to get this guy off my timeline.
Is that all she said?
No, she said more.
That's not all she said. I'm pretty sure she.
Yeah.
We can just block the person.
It's
pretty
Charles,
simple as that.
no, you innocent, ignorant soul. Because somebody disagrees with you on the internet on one extremely niche issue, that doesn't mean you can just ignore them. No, you have to hire an assassin to kill them. Do not tolerate people who disagree with you on what is their favorite color or what they find attractive. Fuck them. They have to die. It's so stupid.
Clip it, CT. That's exactly how it is. Great. Are you just muting yourself because of your dogs?
Sure. I haven't had a ton to say on this, but I'm here. Good times. Yeah, I think all of my opinions have been stated for the most part. So I just don't think I had too much to add. But I'm here in moral support.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the clip.
React.
Listen, I'll up the number. Okay, 30k to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear and make Eve's breasts bigger. Okay, you have to do both. All right.
Well, no, that
then it's a
doesn't sound like
win-win
as
for
good a
me.
deal.
That doesn't
get
that's
more breasts.
You cannot make that.
And I don't have to see that moron on my timeline anymore.
So wait, who is this?
So if you think
This
about
is
it,
Denims.
This is Denims.
But she wants more boobs. She wants more boobs.
But also
doesn't
kill people
Grump-
who disagree with her. Yes.
But also Grumps want boobs too.
Yeah.
She just doesn't like him.
So
Not the same kind.
That's my guess, is that it's an attempt at making this into a joke. Like that's her, and in Minecraft.
Did
Like
she
I really
say
want
in
this guy
Minecraft?
gone. In Minecraft.
Did she
So-
say it? Did she say in Minecraft? That is like the
No,
best
she didn't.
sentence. Just we all
No,
know
but
to
look-
say in Minecraft.
No, but that's her version. Like talking about the boobs was like her being like, "Oh, I'm not." That's
I
what she's
Foxrew is
understand.
claiming
very
now.
charitable. Okay, Foxrew.
Yeah,
is-
that's
maybe-
very charitable.
Maybe I'm being an ass here, but I think it was an attempt at a joke. The fact that she's adding the boobs in there, I think it's a poor joke, but
Probably.
I don't know.
But,
I defend it that she's not actually putting a hit out on the guy. So I
you,
don't know,
you
if all we're
wouldn't
saying is
want
saying,
to.
like in Minecraft. I don't know. Should we have to say like just
It
kidding
is.
after everything? I think it's a joke to me, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm
No,
on a ledge of my own here.
Well,
If
this is
they,
what I'm talking
actually
about, though.
died, you would be very concerned because you are out there publicly, jokingly, semi-seriously, maybe calling for like, hey, a hit on this person, maybe Lamau XD, this one for this much money. Imagine if they wake up next day and like Asmongold found dead in his room, no cause of death has so far been identified.
Well, that is the big
police
question
investigation
then.
has been opened.
For
Okay,
sure,
that is
you
the-
would be one of the factors that factored into this. And if you're gonna say something that extreme, like it better be funny, like it better land. You're taking a huge risk, but
Well,
I don't know.
So that's what
I'd
I want
still
to
defend
ask
the
Charles
attempt, even
about.
though it's a shit joke.
Yeah,
Charles,
no,
you don't
I
get
think,
away with this.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's a I
You
think it's a bad joke, and I think that you shouldn't make, what is it? Was incitement to violence. I don't think that you should do that. I think that you need to recognize what a credible threat, an actionable threat is, and then not do that. Right?
No.
She's adding
I
money.
just don't see this as an actionable
To
threat, though. Like,
I-
nobody
wait,
followed
wait.
through
No,
on
I
it.
hear what you're saying. No, she's saying, like, because it would be one thing if, like, if somebody was like playing a character, right, and you were like,
How do you follow through with the second half of her
Yeah.
criteria for getting the money if it's credible?
Right.
Like,
no.
it
My
is
point.
impossible.
Okay. No. So my point is that if it's an imaginary person, right? So let's say here nobody knew my real name, and all you have is just this fox, and you're like, get this fox off my timeline, 10K to whoever can do it. Then one, I mean, I feel like, gosh, that's that's not a very good joke, and it doesn't really necessarily even sound like a joke, right? But let's say you dress it
disagree
up
with you
so
that
it
it
actually
sounds
does
like a
sound
joke
like a
to me.
joke, right? If you dress it up a little bit and you put on a voice, and you do certain things
so
to
where's
kind of
the line? So do you have to be doing a voice then for it to count as that?
I'm just saying.
I think you
I'm
gotta go
just
with the
saying.
attempt, otherwise.
Right. But that is different than like pointing like okay. And so the vagueness of the fact that there are like basically three people on screen, right? There's Rev Says Desu, there was Asmongold, and they were talking about Grums. So it's like the clarity, the fact that like she didn't say who she was speaking about, which male. She just said get him off my timeline and stuff. But so that is the only kind of like non-specificity type thing. Especially if she's talking about Grums. I mean, he's been doxxed. Asmongold.
Okay.
There's a certain amount of like doxing that's been done about him and his address. The point is that like if you're pointing, I mean, a gun at a person for a joke and be like, essentially, right? You're like saying, hey, take this guy out, right? I'll give you, $10,000 to do it. Even as a joke,
it's an
I don't
absurd
think that's good.
hypothetical, though, about like
Okay,
actually
okay.
having a gun.
I just
think
want to
that
ask
it's
you
a
guys a
joke you
question.
shouldn't make.
Okay.
Shouldn't,
So
like,
let's get down to that.
be defamatory. Like even if it's a joke, you can make like your like you can make a defamation or argument against a comedian, even if they're just making jokes. You could still make that claim. You could still take them to court. I'm not saying you'd win, but it's at least possible. They'd hear you out. And same thing.
And
I
there's a
don't
couple
think
things like in the
should be
chat
making.
they're mentioning like it could still be against TOS. Like, of course it can. Like this is like its own platform. So
It's
they've
not.
got their
Yeah,
own
it's
rule.
not.
I'm just
they've
saying
got
my
their own
personal
law.
standard is it's an attempt. Like I don't think it's a good joke, but I think she was going for a joke there. I think it's pretty obvious to me that was an attempt. So I don't know. I'm back. That's my only
This is
thing.
my-
I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah,
or
no,
anyone
I
should
hear
be
what you're
doing it.
saying. In an ideal world, we should be able to make that joke. Totally. But the thing is that people, no, I think that.
Have you spent time on Earth at all? Or
Yeah. No, I'm
Since I'm
saying
on the internet.
you should be able to joke and be like, oh, it's clear that they're just joking. Or even if you think that perhaps that maybe you are, what do you call it? Like they are actually telling you to do something bad, that it only reflects on the people who actually do it. Like, no, you know what the law is, and you know what a crime is, and you did the crime, so you have to, you are responsible. I mean, in an ideal world,
we do have actual standards.
That
Like,
is
you could take them to court for defamation, but you're not going to win that. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
I understand what you're saying, man. Like, it's not. You think it's across the line? Like, I don't think. Did she actually get taken off of the platform? Because I think they were.
Nope.
Backing
She's currently live.
No. No, I think that.
I don't know, man. I think it's
Okay, can I
pretty
structure
obviously
the
a joke, but
Yeah.
it's
Go
poor
ahead.
taste for sure.
Can I structure the
No.
discussion here for a sec?
No,
Sure,
no,
okay,
it's fine. I think that me and Gray have both said where we are, and I think that we just disagree.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that
don't think
it's
you
a
can
joke
charge
that
someone
you
with
shouldn't make, and he
inciting
thinks that
something
you
if
should
they
be allowed to
didn't
make
incite
that.
something.
You guys literally spoke.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I think I'm on a
No, it's
slight
okay.
delay, so I'm sorry about that, Andrew. Can you go ahead? Or Foxrew?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was just gonna articulate what you were saying. So go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. That would be awesome. Like, I think you totally get where I'm coming from, and I think I get where you're coming from as well. Just the one thing is, like, I don't think you can charge this or analogize it to the same as like actually holding a gun to somebody's head. Like, I don't know, where do you stop? So then in fiction, can you not show that as well? Like, would Joker be over the line? Like, could that also inspire somebody to do it? I think, if somebody is performing, there is this whole, okay, they're not saying to actually do this. They're not actually calling for this. And then you do have to look into, okay, did anyone actually do this? Did anyone take this seriously? No. Like,
But
so I don't know.
also,
but I can see the platform having a completely different opinion, and everyone has their own personal line. So I get it.
I think, okay, when I first heard this story, the original, was she commenting on someone else's tweet that actually had said remove this person for a certain amount? There was some tweet that actually was, it was
she tried to pull it up. You can see in the clip.
So
she tried to pull but they removed.
That is what I was talking about when we brought it up earlier on. I was talking about that, in that's kind of you could have, I don't know, some sort of something like a civil case or something. We could, I don't know, speak to a lawyer about it. Just something, some sort of consequence, a fine, a ban, whatever, because something like that happened. But I see Gray's point, where in a court of law, somebody would say a reasonable person, because I remember that the reasonable person, they always fucking bring up this reasonable person that somehow exists. Would a reasonable person take this seriously? And a lot of the time, you can easily just go, context shows that it's you shouldn't take it seriously. It's on Twitter. It's this and that. And yeah, we don't want people to be irresponsible, but then it all will come down to the fact, it's like, can we really blame an unreasonable person who sees this joke and decides, I'm going to do it? That's the unreason. That's the problem, actually. Imagine going, oh, there's so many people that saw this tweet that called for this violence, right? One person went and did it, and everyone else thought it was a joke. What does that say about the statement? So, I mean, I see what initially when I first said, I'm like, that's not a good joke. It's a risky joke to make. Don't make it. Don't make it where it's completely. It's not just between you and your friends. It's online. It's to your whole platform. It's retweetable. Everything that. And then I don't know. The way people made it sound was that it was actually like there was a GoFundMe that occurred, but clearly it wasn't. Okay, I guess nobody. Charles, I was very interested in what you thought about it, because risky joke.
You're the professional.
Is this person known as a humorist? Someone who likes to comede?
I guess every streamer tries to comede.
People laugh at her.
At or with?
It's a good question. Both.
No, so they are not. I would not say that they are a
fraud,
super serious.
fraud. That's true.
I would not
Somebody
say
thought
that
they
they
were
are
going
like
to
a
get paid.
super serious. They're like Hassan, right? I would say that they are comparable to Hassan if you're familiar with their content, where they cover general topics. They're a variety streamer, right?
Hmm.
So they'll be super serious. They'll give very very critical and their version of critical analysis, right? They'll react to stuff. They'll laugh, whatever. And so like they'll put jokes in, right? But they're not like a comedian. They're not a humor specialist. That's not their
They're just
main
trying to make
content.
joke. They're
They
on
they
the
just
internet.
they may make a joke or two along the way.
So it's out of character.
No, I wouldn't say so. To make a joke is not
Does
out
this
of character.
person often joke about having somebody
Yeah,
hit?
they're
in,
not like
uh,
a serious streamer. They're attempting to be entertaining and they're attempting to be edgy quite a bit. They've been in
Okay.
a lot of controversies in the past.
So I'm gonna lean a bit on Foxrew's angle. As somebody who makes my channel 18 plus, I have a lot of
Mhm.
content that, because of my style of humor, a kid can't stumble onto my YouTube page
Mhm.
or my content, and I still I get personalized ads that only like beer and I don't know whatever the hell else 18 plus gets. But even if I use the word synonymous with a struggle snuggle, an R word,
Mhm.
I get
Mhm.
no monetization just because I use that word in something that I already categorized as for adults.
Mhm.
Have you tried
If
adding a G to the front of it? Then it's a joke.
grape, yeah. So if
Then it's
I
a
have,
flavor.
in regards to TOS, if I have to narrow everything down to follow their rules, this person needs to pay financially, and not the way that they offered to pay. Like you got to at least be suspended. Sorry, it's got to affect you in the wallet at the very least.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like if I wanted to if I wanted to prosecute, I'm like,
Yeah,
what
well,
would be the penalty? I like, just don't make
suspended.
me.
You're suspended.
Yeah.
If you want to do that in the street, go ahead, do it on the street. See what happens with the police. But you're on a service that they're providing you with terms of service. And for those of us who have to eat shit because we have smaller audiences,
Well,
that's not fair.
Does it change your opinion if the rules have been bent for her in the past? This is a precedent that's already been set.
Oh, I don't like that.
Okay, I thought maybe it would. My bad.
Why are
Yeah,
rules
I'm
bent?
totally not trying to sway you on her. Just she's weighed in like on the watching other people's content, and she's been in favor of it and has done that in the past, and has not received strikes where a lot of other people have for simply just streaming other people.
Like
Oh,
she'll
wait.
watch like
Copyright?
whole television shows. She'll watch like
Yeah.
whole television shows like and not say anything and just sit there and watch it, or walk away and leave it running. And like she doesn't get hit for that. She doesn't get like struck or nothing. She
is a creator of a
going.
certain size, so she does get a bit of leeway. I don't know that's right, but just
I
there's
don't
been a
think it's right.
precedent of it,
Again,
so-
if I have to Universal, if I put any sort of clip from Universal movie in any of my videos, I'm either sharing it, having it blocked. There is so much stuff that I have to adhere to, and it cannot be different rules. Sorry,
You'd think that
it's cheating.
but
It's an unfair
she's
advantage.
got like what do they call him? Content manager, I'm sure, because of her size. I'm sure there's somebody that has an actual name that she can reach out to, as opposed to, everybody else just trying to like tweet in for their help once something happens to them. It's shitty, but they are kind of the ones that they're making money off of. So it's not in the terms of service, but it's beneficial to not ban, popular streamers on your platform.
Yeah.
So,
actually-
do we want to hear a lawyer
So what?
analyze this?
Then Twitch
Sure.
just. Do we have a lawyer?
The internet
Legal
does.
mindset. Yeah,
We can
legal
Google
mindset.
lawyer.
So if Twitch is just going to let it go, I don't know. Do they wait until somebody gets hit before doing something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, legal mindset. This is at the end of, like, you can see international tax troubles and stuff. I am not a tax lawyer. That's because like the whole stream was about tax stuff, and then this at the very end of the stream, sorry, was about this.
Okay, so what did he say?
Somebody linked this to me, obviously.
Holy.
Here we go.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear and make Eve's breasts bigger.
So
Okay.
originally, this chick had said 20K if someone makes Mark Kern, i.e. Grums, on Twitter disappear. So that's what she originally said. Now
No,
she's
somebody else
trying to
said.
be cute, and she's trying to add this like makes the breast bigger because you have to have both or whatever, right? Like that's actually like that just adding that part doesn't make that better. By the way, I like that here. The PSA Rev is a lolicon like.
Okay, you have to do both. All right? Because then it's a win-win for me.
What a retard.
I get more breast, and I don't have to see that moron on my timeline anymore.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, was that somebody else who said put the 20K bounty? Okay, sorry.
Use the ban button.
Someone else said 20K. So
You
maybe
don't
it's
have to
not
see
this
it if
girl,
you use a
it's someone
button.
else.
There is a button.
Well done.
guys.
Both of the statements. Okay, 20 was something else. Okay, got it. And this may be about Rev, but regardless, guys, regardless,
Okay, tell me.
both statements
Regardless.
are potentially criminal. Okay.
Ooh.
To me, and the standard for criminality versus
Bribery.
free speech is this a direct call to violence against somebody or for a specific action? And to me, a reasonable person could listen to this and say this is a direct call for violence, right? In both cases. Forget about either way. And by the way, that is a violation of the terms of service on all platforms. Now,
Okay.
people pointed
Yeah,
this out on
that's
Twitter.
the easy
Is
way.
anything going to happen? Probably not. Because
Yeah.
Twitter simps for these people super hard and allows them
Yep.
to violate TOS and law on a regular basis.
Pause.
So
Pause. I want to say something quickly before we float away, before we go off topic, because then I won't be able to address it later. Numerous times it happened that when big platforms have big, famous content creators on them, especially those that are really flumpy and rather dirty, like Twitch and Twitter, that they are willing to throw out all of their rules that they have previously used to ban thousands or tens of thousands just for those big and famous people. A
Mhm.
very big example for this is there is a rule on Twitch that you're not allowed to show or interact with banned people on stream. To this day, we have this, and a lot of people got yeeted for it, even accidentally. But when you have the biggest streamer on Twitch, her son openly interacting with another streamer who is banned on Twitch, Destiny, and even doing arguments and debates and whatever, and hours upon end, he is allowed to do it because he is very famous and brings in a lot of things. The same for these individuals. So Twitch and Twitter have this willingness to bend the rules or completely disregard them if the individual is profitable enough.
yeah, and Benjamin, I wasn't saying ban.
Yeah.
If you want,
To
if you want,
demonetize.
well, yeah, if you could, you can go out in the street and perform your free speech as much as you want. But if you're on somebody's service, there are terms of service. It shouldn't be all right. If you have this number of audience, you can kind of forget about this. I trust me as somebody
There
who
is, what is it? There is a way to get around this, but it would have to be universal, and I don't know if people would want to do it this way at least. Is if it was deemed a utility, like phone calls are. So the phone companies don't need to monitor your calls and ban people. They're actually, I think, required not to do that. And so they don't worry about who is using the phone service. and what they're using it for, as long as they're paying for the service. Everything else is other people's problem. They can't be sued. They can't be held liable for what is being said on their service
But
because
with a
they're
phone,
utility.
you have to actively contact someone. Where this
Right.
is just on the
So-
internet.
Exactly. So that's I'm saying this is one of the reasons you're articulating why I don't think we will move in this direction. But if some reason YouTube became like legally classified as a utility, then we could have that kind of protection where they would be able to allow everything and then be legally fine. But that's not the case. It is a service.
Yeah, so we
right
have
now.
terms
And
of
that's why we
service
have
that say
terms
at
of
their
service.
discretion.
Yeah. So it's not a utility, so we don't have that protection. So you do have to adhere to TOS.
I do. I know that.
Most of the time. I don't know. They do have the clause in most of them that says like,
And
like
there
what?
he goes. The mic popped.
roundabout way. Yeah.
So what?
It sucks. It's not going to be uniform throughout everybody. I mean, it kind of makes sense that they would let the ones that actually make the money get away with a little bit more, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's expected even, sadly, these days. But yeah, what can I say? Maybe it was, but not these days, not really time relevant. It's a very basic fundamental that you would bend for the main income, because you don't want to lose that. You're willing to be lenient and potentially corrupt, for
Even look
the
at
solid
Twitter,
foundation.
that was
I hear
supposed
what
to
you're
be just
saying.
completely
It's
open, and then-
expected. I hear what you're saying. It's expected under a certain framework, but I am way more in Charles's camp. I think that we should have rules that make sense for everyone,
Yeah,
and
sure.
then hold everyone equally accountable. That
Oh, I wish
you
that
don't
was
want to
the
be.
case, man.
Yeah,
I
I
really
agree
can't.
that is the ideal that we should strive for, but at the same time, I look around in reality and see that, not going well. So if that,
who's the recipient of the hit proposal?
Drums.
So
Drums.
if I were that person, I would contact Twitch and be like, hey, you have somebody who's advocating a hit out of me. Get this off, or I'm going to sue you.
yes,
Yeah.
and then if they don't, you can potentially get a lot of money rolling in.
A lot
because
of money.
This is
Yeah.
pretty.
But financially, would that be the
egregious.
best decision? Would it make more sense financially to leave it up and drive, traffic over to you because of the controversy?
If you get a good enough lawyer, you can figure out how much it's
Does the
worth for them.
traffic matter, or more so the principle of the platform
Traffic.
allowing it?
Who are we talking about? If
Like
it's
to
Twitch, it's
us or
traffic.
to the platform. To us, it's the
we
principle.
could- yeah, but
because
then
we're
it's also
principled.
it's helpful then that it's one of the really big ones. So yes, that it's one of the big Twitch ladies doing it. So I don't know, maybe. But there is definitely an open window for a tasty.
Did we want to continue this, or do we want to put down the video?
No, what else does he talk about?
Can we get
I
some
don't
more
know.
people reacting to these videos reacting?
We need
Yeah.
more people in the frame, okay? We have 2 as Mongols, and Twitter account. We have
Yeah, can we bring
a
up another
Twitch
ethical-
queen and a lawyer, and we have the 5 of us on the side
Okay.
right here. But that is not enough, okay? We need more faces.
We need
Okay,
Blaine.
now we
to
need somebody
react
reacting to
this.
us, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
We need a
And
whole-
then we will react to them and debunk all of their dirty little talking points. Exactly.
All right. So there's
Okay,
there's
so
a
I did
few
have
more
one
minutes.
thing. I did have one thing to say to it. So he did mention, like, why would that change anything if she was the original one that did the 20K and then to cover it up did this? If she did that, I would think completely different of this. I would think like, yeah, this is an attempt to,
Yeah.
like normalize and cover for her really heinous like tweet out there. But that did change it for me when I found out that it's just like her essentially like one, yes.
You don't say.
You
And
know,
she
really?
follows it up with the second half of that this must be done as well. It's an attempt. I don't think it's a good joke. I would never say it, but I don't know. I see that as an attempt, and if the platform isn't
Yes,
going for
but
it, like, all right,
again, the
they can try
problem
to
is,
prosecute, but I think you'd have a hard time saying that incited anyone to actually do that.
Yeah.
I think if you are for those kind of jokes, Gray, as a safety line, what I would advise you is to not go to such potentially extremely volatile places unless you have definitely tested your joke that it's foolproof and that it's a good one. I'm
How
not
can you
one
do that
who
with a
is
joke?
opposed.
Like,
How
if
do you
just
do
Friend
that
group.
when you're
Friend groups.
The
We are
only
talking
way to
about
do
a
it is
massive
publicly.
public stuff. You can test it with a friend group or others before putting it
Okay.
out to the entire internet to see. Like, I'm
Yeah,
fine
I
with
don't know.
Holocaust and baby raping jokes because I have dark humor, but
If
it
it's
has to
done
be a
correctly,
really good
though,
one.
it
Otherwise,
does.
fuck you.
It does, but the same place that a bad joke comes. So Patrice O'Neill is famous for saying a bunch of like amazing things, but one of his lines was, "The place that a bad joke comes from is the same place that a good joke comes from," and you don't know that
True.
it's over the line or up to the line until you actually cross it. And with jokes, it's not like music. Like I could practice it a million times and know I'm going to play it.
But that's
just
why I
right.
advise
But
you
with
to
a joke,
cross
it
it.
depends on the audience. It depends on the context. It depends on the
Yes.
delivery.
And
It depends
cross.
on so many things that you can't know that it's going to work before. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm supporting the attempt. That's why I'm defending the attempt, because
Mm.
without the attempt, then we don't get anything. Like you mentioned before, like what good art comes out of suppression? I don't think you can have that with comedy. I think you're
agree
going
with
to
you. I
lose
support
some
the
really
attempt.
good dark jokes.
I think disagreement is that I support the attempt. I'm even advocating for the attempt, but I would caution you to not first attempt it on the biggest stage in the world. I would caution you to first go to the small comedy club at the corner to practice, build up confidence, and have your system in shape before you go
So
in
you gotta
front of a really big
do
crowd.
that while reacting to the news. Like you've got to
Yeah,
like
you
take
see.
it to the like local club first and be like, okay, guys, what about this? I will up the offer, but I have this contingency. I don't know. Like it's a premise that I understand as a joke. I don't think it's a good one. I don't think she was successful, but
I'm
I
not
think
against
Hydra-
her making
It's
the
a yes
joke, by the
and.
way. I just want to point that
If you're
it
on
out
somebody else,
clearly. I just don't like the way it has gone. I'm not against fundamentally the principle of you being allowed to make this joke. Before somebody draws the wrong conclusion, I feel necessary to be able to put that out there. I just think that she should have been more careful, but I'm personally completely fine with it. But then again, she deserves what she gets if she gets into a lawsuit or gets a bad reputation because of this.
yeah, if that person turns up on a live, then what steps start getting put into
Yeah.
place?
Then she
That's
got some
what's-
splaining to do. Then
That's
she got
the
to justify it.
philosophical think of it all for me. Is like, do we have to wait? Like Charles said, do we have to wait until somebody is unalive?
I think so. Like
Yeah.
you can't arrest people for pre-crimes.
Well, if I
I
were
don't know, who did it incite? Like, is it attempted incitement because she said words?
Yeah.
if I were that person who was the recipient of that hit,
Hit offer.
Threat.
let's
Yeah,
call
that's
it
a
that.
good
Yes.
question. Yeah.
I would be talking to a lot of people to either
For sure.
first get it off the internet, and second, get my paycheck, because
For sure. And if he has to get like any extra security or anything like that,
Yeah.
like hell yeah. Like
Twitch
go
pays
ahead,
for
take her to
Yeah.
like that
Like
makes sense.
that's yeah. I think considering how crazy okay, that's a good question, a good way to come from this. If we were the person that she was threatening in this way, and it's kind of like, just think about how crazy the internet is, and you would be worried. She had, without her saying this, you wouldn't have this worry as much. Okay, so she has brought some sort of risk into your life, and I think that does make sense, that you would have, like you're talking about security and things like that. That makes sense to me, because I'm like, yeah, we don't have to wait until something happens. It's that you've introduced this factor here, and I'm going to take it seriously, because I don't want to take it as a joke and then land up on the news for the wrong reason.
yeah, I can use personal experience to tell you that 100% of the room will not read every single joke as a joke.
Mhm.
So it's pretty dangerous thinking your entire audience is going to understand you.
Look, and I think that's what Hydra was going for. Is like just think more about, and I think even so.
I support the attempt. I support the practice. Get better at it, because
be better.
you are attempting. You're attempting a form of humor that requires a large amount of skill in order for it to go over well. And in order to reach that level of skill, you need practice. And that is why I don't think I really disagree with Gray on the principle, just on the application of the principle. Because I think if this person genuinely wants to attempt this kind of humor, she needs to build up to that point before being able to jump onto the big stage of the internet.
And I don't even think, like, I'm with Gray on the fact that she doesn't need to test it or something like that, because when you are a streamer and you're sitting there for hours talking about stuff that you're looking at, you're a reaction content streamer, I can understand that whatever just comes to mind, you know, like anybody makes a joke and it kind of, it doesn't land. I've done that here many times, but it's like, okay, I understand she should be, because she is, we expect more from her because she's created this audience and she does this for a living. Maybe like you kind of like, okay,
if she's offering 30,000 to someone, I hope she does it for a living. Shit.
So so you kind of have to go, okay, you have a wider audience, so you are reaching more crazies, and just be a little bit more responsible. But
put more thought or effort into the whole thing. Essentially, that was the expectation is on a large level.
I'm not saying that she mustn't say it. It's just
of course. I don't think anyone here advocates for gagging her or try to say stupid shit on the internet. I don't think anyone here will be for that. So
I mean, it was very clearly a joke to me, just a bad one. But in terms of the Twitter,
and I support the attempt, and I support her getting better at jokes, because I don't want that person to actually turn up dead. That's funny.
Also, that for me, the tweet was more egregious to me because it's just like, there's no
tone in text.
There's no tone in it, and it's like, you know, God. I mean, people they go, oh, pay my bill, and they just say, I just had a $50 lunch, pay my bill, and then people send them money. Like it's wild on the internet. Okay, people take shit seriously.
I just had a $50 lunch, pay my bill. What is that?
So I don't know. Like it's people that these girls they'll put their check online, and they'll say, you know, reimburse me whatever I've just paid for, and then some simps will pay. I'm just saying, like, people take that sort of thing as it's an offer, so I can do it. Okay, cool. Send me money.
It's part of the audience culture that they have. That they have created is that it's expected to.
Have you never heard of that, Charles?
No, I have something similar, but my audience hates me. They send me shitty movies to watch. And
no. This audience was cultivated to serve the queen and protect her.
But she might say your name and thank you. So you never know.
Yeah. No. Okay. I mean that was just. It's just we can't. The reason I wanted to talk about this is what's the question? What is the big question behind it? Like, if you incite to violence, where's the line? What is inciting to violence? And also just
it's terms of service. It's in the script there.
It's in terms of service. So regardless, this bigger question we're having here, cool. But in terms of Twitch, it's done and dusted. It shouldn't be allowed.
I do thank my donors. Thank you very much. If that was you. That's not true.
This was actually quite an interesting thing. Is arresting drunk drivers before the crime happened? That actually is kind of like, that's why it's illegal, is because you could cause harm.
You are endangering others with something that's. I think
that's a good parallel.
Lethal weapon, basically, but it's
operating
It may depend like regionally, but I think like usually there is some sort of driving permit, and then that comes with some sort of regulations. Like we're not just traveling like the fun sovereign citizens like to say. So I think that's where that comes in, where it's like you will not operate it, but for just having your keys in your pocket and being like at a bar, you're not going to get arrested for drunk driving.
Mhm.
hopefully, but you never know. But international waters, like that's not illegal to like boat drunk. Like you can do that. True freedom. I think it's
Some
just
of my favorite
what.
movies are from international waters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, something that I was thinking about was actually Asmongold did report this clip.
Oh
We'll
yeah,
see
and
if anything happens.
and that's what Kevin was talking about, is that people were now giving him shit for reporting it.
Yeah.
They were saying he's being a bitch because she's just joking, bro, and whatever. It's like he's got an even bigger audience, and he's even bigger a target. And I guess people just don't listen to true crime. They just don't do that sort of thing. They just don't
Yeah.
understand. Like there are crazies out there, and,
Yeah,
and I would be
that's what-
scared. If I was Asmon, I would be scared. Charles, you just
why
frown. No matter what I say, you frown.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Charles?
He saw Oilers
this is
in the chat.
this
and
is
it
the
made him
reason
frown.
why, even if it was what is it, people saying that what's her name, Brianna Wu was
Woo!
like her during Gamergate, and her being afraid. There are a lot of crazy people, and
Oh,
and the
yeah.
fact that like she was doing things to like protect her location, I totally understand.
Yeah.
So I
And
mean,
I remember I was
even
mean
even
about
if
that. I
like
was
most people were like
relax.
just saying angry
Yeah.
things about her, there were definitely people who were sending actual death threats to her, and her feeling afraid for her life under those circumstances is not unreasonable.
Mm.
Especially when you're
Because
in
they
the
were
middle of an
like,
internet drama storm where
Yeah,
the
we
people
heard-
who are interacting with it are riled up. They tend to be more active rather than passive internet users. They may be very emotionally invested, think that their futures are at stake. They're willing to go further. I can completely understand the feeling to want to secure your own well-being in such a position.
Okay. Look, we actually need to. We've been going on long on this one. We have to
No, we
move
got-
on to the next one. But
Yeah.
I do want
Seinfeld?
to.
Hydra.
Yeah, but Hydra would like to address a.
No. I saw before a comment. It was way back when you were talking about the Unity. I saw a comment specifically addressed to me. I'm searching for it right now that I would love to answer to, but I waited for too long and we scrolled by and we went to a different topic. So
Hey, Tinder.
Lord Cameron is said that. But seriously, Hydra, the Unity drama was not overblown. It involved stuff such as Unity charging developers every time their game was downloaded, saying they could track downloads, meaning they have been spying, or they straight up lied, changed the contract the developers agreed to. Either way, it looks bad. Okay, let me talk to you about the Unity contract. So originally, very quickly, I'm going to sum it up. Originally, it was so that if your game didn't reach throughout its lifespan over 200,000 USD net profit, then the engine was free. If it reached over 200,000 USD profit, then Unity asked from you from anywhere between 15 or 25% of all profits. This deal was changed later to the new one, which says if you go over 200,000 USD net profit, then after or 200,000 downloads, then after the 200,000 boundary has been reached, after every single download, they take 20 cents. And this is the new agreement, which in most cases means actually much less that you have to pay, especially if you're an indie developer, not more. And I don't think that thinking that Unity being able to tell when your game is downloaded is spying. I think that is pretty obvious that they
It's
that
necessary.
it's for their engine to work. Like it's a Unity engine. They'll be able to come on. And I have yet to see proof of them straight up lying or changing the contract afterwards. Developers have agreed to it. They have the right to change the contract before or update it numerous times, but I have yet to see any more fundamental, really serious wrongdoings. Again, it is a pretty big change in how they monetize it, but I ultimately think it is better for the indie scene and worse for the AAA scene. But that's it. That's basically. I just wanted
Cameron's
to
still there?
address that because
I hope you're still there to hear.
I'm not even sure if Cameron's here anymore. But I felt that comment was addressed to me, and I waited politely and I waited too long, and we went by. I just wanted to address.
But you really wanted to get in.
And I really wanted to address that because I wanted you to know precisely what the contract is like. Like, I'm so tired. I'm sorry. It's very late here. I have to go relatively soon. I'm very exhausted. But I wanted this thing explained. I felt it was necessary. But yeah, that's the precise change in the contract.
Okay. We'll see if Cameron. Well, I guess that was very comprehensive. So I don't know how much more I'm gonna say. I want Charles to be back for the Seinfeld thing, but Gray, there he is. Gray, do you have a video?
Yeah, sure. You're back, sir. Welcome.
Did you start Seinfeld yet?
No, we were waiting
we're
for
doing
you.
it right now.
I'm sorry.
We waited so long.
Trying to do something really quick. It's taking longer than it should, so I'm vamping and saying stuff. So this all kind of happened. Sorry, I'm sharing a PowerPoint. So Seinfeld went on to the New Yorker to promote his movie. They've got a podcast. It's like a 30-minute podcast. And his new movie is Unfrosted, the Pop-Tart story. But while he was there, there's like this, I don't know, it's about a 3-minute clip where they actually asked him about comedy. And they decided to promote his attending there with the only video footage they've released of it, which is that 3-minute clip edited down to about a minute. And I feel like everybody's kind of misrepresenting this. So I just grabbed a bunch of headlines. Seinfeld says comedy is being killed. Jerry Seinfeld says PC crap is killing comedy. He's dead wrong. So these guys are opposed to him. Variety, Jerry Seinfeld says TV comedy is being killed by the extreme left and PC crap and other people worrying so much about offending other people. Jerry Seinfeld, movies are dead and TV comedy is in jeopardy due to the extreme left and
what
PC
did he
crap.
say exactly? My God. Okay.
Again, this is while he's promoting that movie that's behind there. That is his directorial debut. It's his first time directing a movie. The last movie that he did was the B movie, but this is his first directorial debut.
Also, it should be noted that Unfrosted is an NC-17 film. I am kidding.
No frosting. But yeah, Jerry Seinfeld blames the extreme left for the demise of comedy on TV. Jerry Seinfeld says sitcoms are being ruined by the extreme left and PC crap. Jerry Seinfeld blames the extreme left and PC crap for diluting modern comedy. Jerry Seinfeld says TV is dead, but one film writer has the perfect response to him. So those were just a few of the headlines. There's
Screen
like
Rant.
so many more.
God, I hate Screen Rant. Yeah.
There's so many more videos about this and just saying that like he's just saying comedy is dead and going really far off from what I think he was actually saying. So I grabbed the 1-minute clip from the New Yorker's podcast. I'm blanking on what their name is now, but it's actually from a 3-minute segment from their podcast. So I actually grabbed the parts that they cut out, put them back in. So we have a 3-minute clip. Some of it's from the podcast. Some of it's from the one and only video clip that they released of it. And for some reason, it's taking forever to load. But yeah, I should have shared it at some point. But Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So I don't know. I'd judge for yourself whether he's saying comedy is dead and the left is what killed it, or if there is kind of more of a positive note.
Nothing really affects.
Okay.
Hmm?
Let's go.
Nothing really affects comedy. People always need it. They need it so badly, and they don't get it. It used to be you would go home at the end of the day. Most people would go, oh, Cheers is on. Oh, MASH is on. Oh, Mary Tyler Moore is on. All in the Family's on. You just expected there'll be some funny stuff we can watch on TV tonight. Well, guess what? Where is it? This is the result of the extreme left and PC crap and people worrying so much about offending other people. Now they're going to see stand-up comics because we are not policed by anyone.
What?
The audience polices us. We know when we're off track. We know instantly, and we adjust to it instantly. But when you write a script and it goes into
He might have
4 or
kind of a
5
point there.
different hands, committees, groups, here's our thought about this joke, well, that's the end of your comedy.
Have you had that experience?
That's the end of your comedy, not the end of comedy. Oh, what absolute.
The end of your comedy. That word is, don't miss that. That's important because technically it's the end of your anything when it goes through enough
Wait,
hands
hold on.
throughout the development process.
Hold on. Okay, I'm hearing things differently than you guys. So what I heard him say there was that, like, using a committee to analyze a joke is the death of that joke.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No,
That's
no,
how I
we
took
are,
it.
we are not hearing that either. We are hearing what you're hearing, but the article writers heard that's the end of comedy, which is it's egregious.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
They didn't do themselves favors. So every time it shows this thing is from the podcast and they edited it out. So a lot of the kind of caveats to what he's saying are in these cutscenes. So they didn't help, but still, it feels like they're reading way too much into what he's saying.
Yeah, it's wrong. Wow. Okay, let's continue.
No.
Because isn't that what Curb is all about?
Yeah, Larry
basically-
was grandfathered in. He's old enough that I don't have to observe those rules because I started before you made those rules. We did an episode of the series in the 90s where Kramer decides to start a business of having homeless pull rickshaws because, as he says,
Great video.
they're
or great
outside
episode.
anyway. Do you think I could get that
It
episode
was.
on the air today?
But you think Larry got grandfathered in and there could be no 35-year-old version?
Right, right. If Larry was 35, he couldn't get away with his like the watermelon stuff and Palestinian chicken and, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And HBO knows that's what people
think
come
he
here
could.
for. But they're not smart enough or to figure out, you know, how do we do this now? Do we take the heat, you know, or
What heat is
just
he
not be
risking?
funny? We would
Yeah,
write.
that's what Kevin seems to be saying is like he's not that dark, so I don't really get it.
Yeah, for him to be talking about this, the most
but
McDonald's of stand-up comedians, it's like
Well-
yes, no, but that's not that. Isn't that a barometer that's showing
Well,
that,
he
that even
was
he
told that
is
he's too offensive.
risky? Yes, exactly. That for
You
me.
gotta remember, he had an incident at colleges not too long ago. He said that he will never play another college again because
they don't want to see him.
he was called offensive, and they tried to
Not
cancel
that
him
he's-
after
He
a
was
Yeah.
called
college event.
offensive.
And
Yeah.
listen, I mean, I as much as I do think his comedy is not risky at all. When you do watch the show and you go back on it, there's a lot of stuff there that just would not work or would
Larry
not be
David.
I
allowed
think
now.
it would. I think
Larry
so-
David wrote a
It's
lot of
Always
that.
Sunny has
Yeah,
gone
that's
so
what it
much
seems
further.
like.
Yeah,
Or has
Tropic
it? Yeah.
Thunder was a movie that was made after
Yeah.
Seinfeld
Mm.
was down, so I
But
don't buy into
but I
that.
guess, but now Tropic Thunder, we
It's
itself
not
we say
woke.
Tropic Thunder couldn't happen. We know that
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder couldn't happen.
But we
Just
also couldn't
last
have had
year.
like Blazing Saddles during the time of Tropic Thunder. Like Tropic Thunder was pushing the envelope for what was allowed at the time, but I don't know. It seems like we've been reining it in quite steadily for a while.
That's what that, and I think that when Jerry Seinfeld is the one that's being called offensive, then we can go, okay, gosh, that's like Ray Romano is offensive now. Like, what's happening?
Leave Ray out of this.
Everyone loves Raymond.
I know I do. I will not dispute that college kids are way too sensitive. But I don't know, hearing him, I'd like to know what the hell the material was that was offensive, because he is so milquetoast with his.
He's just like, isn't that funny? Like, yeah, just points out everyday stuff.
Yeah,
it's funny because it's true.
Observational humor isn't the worst.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it, and I love it. I love it. I enjoy it a lot, but I'm not gonna say that that's risque humor.
No,
there's some of the things in the show. When I watched it back now recently, I was like, oh man, we can't have things like that.
See,
not that there's anything wrong with it. Can't even happen. I don't think that. I mean, it wouldn't land now because that's not where we are.
What I'm trying to say is, if Chappelle were to have this discussion, and if Chappelle were to make a movie based on his stand-up set and not in a studio plugging his PG Pop-Tarts movie, it would be a little bit more stronger a message for me. Because he's making it sound like, oh, I have this edgy movie coming out. And it's like, you don't, though.
For sure. And to be honest, this is 3 minutes, and I should have clipped the question before this. I just started it where their clip started and added in those. But even then, I should have given more context, because it's not Jerry who brings it up. The guy brings it up, just like he's brought up like every other one of these things, trying to get him to go somewhere. But he is going there.
I mean, with that, okay, as much as Charles, I get what Charles is saying. Is just like, yeah, you don't get to complain about this because you don't have you're not taking any risks, son. Like, but I think as he's like, he is just, because like if normie people are just like, hey, that's a comic, right? That's a comedian.
Well,
and they're like, look, this comedian over here, he said that, haha. And in the culture war, we go, look, how a guy, what are your guys said something.
He has declared allegiance. He has waved our flag. Everyone, welcome our new recruit.
Exactly.
He's got obvious ways to attack him, so I could understand him trying to just like back out of there. He has some questionable power dynamics in his relationship at the height of his fame, so I don't know. Perhaps he just wants to be out of the limelight, so he's saying that's what he can't possibly risk. But I could be wrong.
No, I think it's true. He's either correct or he's not, even if he isn't personally doing anything risky. That's where I land. Like, he himself, if he's noticed that things that he did in his show that they wouldn't happen now.
But what's the material? I want to know the material that was offensive to college kids, because holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Just any. I mean, yeah, we could find that out.
I'll do some research. I can't remember off the top of my head.
And I mean, this Pop-Tarts really looks like a kid's movie. What the hell?
It's like a pro mockumentary too. It's not based on anything real. It's
like what, like they did.
It's based on one of his jokes.
It's made.
Yeah, kind of.
It's based on one of his jokes.
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome. You know, Amy Schumer is gonna be not Schumer. Sorry,
don't you? Yeses, you don't say that. You don't say Amy Schumer's gonna be.
I'm blanking on her name. I can't even remember her name. Amy
Poehler.
No, it is. No, I think it is Schumer.
No, it cannot be Amy.
I'm blanking so much. It looks like it's gonna be a decent thing. I'm blanking on the name right now.
Wait, it's in the beginning.
I'm excited to see Unfrosted.
Nothing really.
Where is it? This doesn't seek very well.
Oops. Here's our.
Okay, I'm just back here.
Okay, so this actually
know,
does answer a
or-
question I had.
Yeah, I
When
was
you,
blanking, but it is
when
Amy
I-
Schumer. Sorry, I second guessed.
Oh my
When you-
God, he's got Amy Schumer. Why?
She's gonna be Kellogg's. He's or the other one, Post. I can't remember
Maybe
which
if
one
he
Puppets
writes
is,
for
but she's
her,
a
it'll be
competitor.
fine. Maybe if he writes for her. Foxrew, what answer did you get?
What? No, I
You
was
said this answers a question for me.
Yeah. So the technical StreamYards, yeah, when you upload a video, the guests can pause and seek. So I
Mhm.
actually did wonder about that. So that's nice.
Oh, great. Can you? Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, I didn't even notice that. I'm very
Woo.
unobservant.
Press
Nice.
play, Gray.
Just not be funny. We would write a different joke with Kramer and the rickshaw today. We wouldn't
Right.
do that joke. We'd come up with another joke. They move the gates like in skiing.
Yeah.
Culture, the gates are moving. Your job is to be agile and clever enough that wherever they put the gates, I'm going to make the gate.
You think this is going away
Yeah.
now? This what you're describing as PC is kind of
So
So
receding.
that's where they
Slightly.
cut the clip.
I see a slight movement.
How do you see it?
With certain comedians now, people are having fun with them stepping over the line and us all laughing about it. And, but again, it's the stand-ups that really have the freedom to do it because no one else gets the blame if it doesn't go down well. He or she can take all the blame themselves.
Oh no. Netflix goes
I
and
don't
takes the
know.
blame as well for platforming him now. Everything. Don't worry, we'll find a way to be upset with what you did, and we'll
But I don't
find as
think he's
many
saying
people as
that.
possible. But yeah,
I
he's saying
think
in
he's
terms
saying,
of
like-
you're the writer. Yeah.
Well, I think he's saying like to be edgy though. Like it's because it only falls on you if it's just like you in a club with a mic. You do have the freedom to be as edgy as you want to be. But
Mhm.
once you like start getting a paycheck, once you're going through whatever company, they start having more and more say because it's not just you on the line. Like they're
Mhm.
fronting something for this. So if it's a TV show, if it's so like Netflix, for instance, or he was talking about like specifically sitcoms. And I don't think he's wrong. Like it's gotten super corporate to actually get a sitcom on one of those major networks. So
Or
by the
this- yeah,
time
this-
it actually
mhm.
hits air, it's not going to be edgy. So I
Oh,
don't
it's-
think
yeah,
he's
it's
wrong in
gonna be
that
very
in that
yeah.
point.
Yeah,
And I think the
you're
line
right.
has changed. Like, could you do All in the Family today, or like a whole lot of those other ones that are considered like kind of edgy, but weren't super edgy at the time?
Even
like,
some
it was just
Raymond
kinda-
stuff is
All
is
in
like,
the Family was considered a left sitcom.
I know.
Yeah, all
back
of
in
It
the
had
day.
left messaging.
all of
It's
these. A
definitely
lot
not
of
right, but
no, a lot of. Hey, the right doesn't laugh. Okay, so we're not you're not supposed to get. So
I
sitcoms
mean,
are
they've
all
tried.
left. Yeah, no, we things have all turned around.
Yeah, so I don't know. It is interesting, but they cut it off there where he said like things have been getting better. So I don't know. I think it's kind of disingenuous for all those things to say that he thinks
Yeah,
comedy.
let's
is
go
dead,
back to
where-
those headlines. Can we go back to the
Oh,
headlines?
sorry, I
No,
unshared. Let me share again.
no.
Uh,
Because if we go back to the headlines, that's even worse. Now that because you started it, we read it, we were like, what? And then look at this. TV comedy
So,
is being
yeah.
killed. That's a little bit. No, you didn't say it that way. Sorry. Seinfeld comments on TV comedy. That's what you can say. Okay. It's Seinfeld.
I think he's more talking about like network
Yeah.
sitcoms,
Yeah.
which I do think are getting a little bit more, even more
Yes,
milquetoast, but I
but-
could be
but-
wrong.
But the way that they're saying it, he says TV comedy is being killed. It's like, okay, I guess that's the least sensational one that out of these. Being
True.
dead, yeah, like PC crap is killing
PC crap.
comedy. He's dead wrong. Okay, whatever. Okay. First of all, what really? Says TV comedy is being killed by the extreme left and PC crap. See, he never ever said he says your comedy is dead. Then he didn't say it's killed. Did he really? Did he say that sentence? TV
so I
comedy
didn't
is
get
being
that out
killed
of
by the
this.
extreme left and PC crap. He didn't say that.
No,
guess
he
I can
said that-
understand how someone could twist it into
No, I can see
a
it, and I
message
don't like
that.
it. I don't
Yeah.
like that.
No, what he was saying.
Sorry, you were.
To be
Thank you,
to
Fox. You're up.
reiterate, to reiterate what he was saying that what is it? Sensitivity readers is where comedy goes to die. And we're seeing more of that. And so we're seeing.
Did he say sensitivity readers?
He didn't say it, but he was describing it. He was like this
So you're doing the same thing these
committee that
people are
kind of
doing.
like says that what?
You're doing the same thing these people are doing. Connecting dots that he didn't say.
It's a better representation of what he was saying.
It's less egregious than saying that he's saying comedy's dead.
Job, right? No, but he's saying like the committee. What he said was the committee, right? A committee that deciding whether or not your joke is safe or not. Is
it could be like showrunners.
Yeah, I guess you could. You could
that's the point, though, is that is that where when you're taking to me what he was describing was, and this is like an editorial. This is not his words, right? But I feel like is an accurate representation is that he's saying that when you're taking the comedy out of the comedian's hands, then and you're analyzing it and trying to alter it to make it as safe as possible, then that's when your show is no longer funny. That's when your comedy is broken or ruined.
Dead. Yeah. No, but that's pretty funny that you also twisted his words, but you didn't. Yours were more funny.
Well, I think it was a little less egregious, but fair enough. Like we do all
readers is a very specific word.
As long as you didn't put it in quotes, there you go.
Killed implies it's dead. There is no more. Not it's not that great because of this.
Go back to where you said comedy crap, PC crap.
They need it so bad. It used to be you would go home and is on. Oh, MASH is on.
It's right after
you
this.
just expected there'll be some funny stuff we can watch on TV tonight.
Okay.
Well, guess what? Where is it? This is the result of the extreme left.
This is the result of the extreme left. So that's when you said the extreme left.
Left and PC crap.
PC crap. This is the result. That's it.
And people worrying so much about offending other people. Now they're.
But that's not saying like the left did it. It's the worrying of offending, like being in the zeitgeist. Like we can't offend anybody type thing. So people just look at it to see is this offensive.
The channels the shows he brought up were back when there was 3 channels on television. You have to work harder now.
Hey, there was only like 5 channels when he was reigning.
Exactly.
Going to see stand-up comics because we are not policed by anyone. The audience police.
Even stand-up comics are also just, some of them are they're just not funny because of this stuff.
But I think they cut that second part. That's like his main point that like, yeah, this comedy isn't that edgy on television because they have to literally not.
That's all he's saying, though.
We're doing this in the club, and it's like, hey, when you cut off that second part, you've now made what he's saying like edgy. Like the left killed it, where he's just saying like, if you want something edgy, it's not going to be on TV.
I really, it's just look, you see, they informed engagement. We're talking about it. Look at them. We've looked at all of their headlines. They got what they came here for.
But not on their page.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you get. Okay, Hydra is on his way out. Is there any goodbye thing for Hydra to say?
I want to say a goodbye to everyone because I have to go real soon. Thank you for letting me be here. I hope I was a positive contributor and elevated the experience instead of lowered it. I'm still, I don't know why. Some of my interruptions were because of StreamYard. I still don't know how to fix the lag that I sometimes it's there, but sometimes it's not there. But it's very easy to notice sometimes, and the delay fucks me over so hard. I hate it so much.
You've only got the delay, man.
And it's not there in Discord.
Why is it not there in Discord?
My delay is horrible, and the volume like somehow cranked. I'm literally having it on 25%.
I'm gonna report that. when
That
we
sometimes,
in-stream.
great, your
get an
volume
email
was
about
going
it.
crazy at some point.
StreamYard sucks.
I have
Like,
no
it-
idea, dude. I haven't changed a damn thing. StreamYard sucks in certain
It
ways.
sounded,
In other
but at
ways,
some
our
point,
overlord is great.
at some point, it was like almost as if it was being raised into higher, like it almost as if you were
But it
turning
did
up
it
the
to
And I
volume.
Charles.
don't have it set on automatic. I've got
It
nothing
did it
else
to
set on
Charles
this,
as
man.
well. He
I
did it
know.
to
Well, they
Charles in
know.
the beginning too.
They know
Yeah.
I voted them off the island last week. So.
Anyway, thank you guys all so much for letting me be here. I'm afraid I have to go, and I hope everyone enjoyed
Thanks,
it.
Hydra. See ya.
See you
Thank you,
guys.
sir.
See you
Toodle,
here.
Hydra.
And I'll
See ya.
schedule events whenever I'll do
Yeah,
something
are you
on
gonna be
Discord, so keep
gaming?
an eye out for that.
Okay.
Gaming and game developing, maybe. We'll see,
Sweet.
we'll see.
Bye,
See you guys.
Hydra. Bye. Okay. Last thoughts on Seinfeld, and then we have the very important issue to discuss.
I don't know. I don't think he was saying anything super controversial. I think the New Yorker didn't do themselves favor by the way that they edited it, and then didn't
Why did
actually
they do it
release
that
the whole
way?
podcast on video. I don't know, but it seems to really allow for people to take him somewhat out of context, where it's kind of, again, like a two-part thing. Like, but you can see it in the clubs because we're not really policed by anyone except for the audience. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, he's not saying it's dead, but the way they cut it off, it just, I'm guessing it is, again, to make it somewhat more hyper sensational. People will actually click on it. Oh, he's saying something weird. And it got a whole bunch of articles written on it. So
Yeah.
whatever they did worked, but it's a
But-
good question.
I don't know.
Oh, Bianca Del Rio is hilarious.
What is the clip of when you turn it to 4 or 5 people?
Hmm?
He says when you submit something for a film, I think is what he said.
Okay.
I think it
Where
might be
Kramer
coming up here.
decides to start
Oh,
a business of having
I
home
think it was before this.
the series in the 90s were a episode rules because I started before you made those rules. We did an episode of the series in the 90s where Kramer decides to start a business of having homeless pull rickshaws.
Can I ask
Because
one
as
question
he
here,
said-
though? Do you guys think that they edited this part out of their particular clip because it could be offensive to mention homeless people having rickshaws? Like, did they kind of prove him right by trying to not be
Yeah,
offensive in that way?
that's what I think. That's pretty. Yeah.
As they're outside anyway. Do you think I could get that episode on the air today?
But you think Larry got grandfathered in, and there could be no 35-year-old version?
Right. If Larry was 35, he couldn't get away with his like the watermelon stuff and Palestinian chicken and
Mm-hmm.
But
and
I think he could get away with it.
I agree. Like, television.
That's how he
Listen,
became Larry,
and
isn't it?
He's still doing Curb,
Yeah.
or I just finished Curb. Like,
Well, he
No,
said
no,
that he's grandfathered
that's the
in,
point.
But there's some like 35-year-old comedians that I think are funny as hell, that are edgy as hell. Like basically anyone on the Gas Digital Network, like any of those comics are crude as hell. They are billed as the most offensive podcast on earth, but the Legion of Skanks, I've made Charles react to that. Granted, some of those guys are like 40, but they're in that 35-year-old range, and they're doing shit that's way more offensive than any of Larry David's Palestinian chicken. Like, that was funny as hell. It's a bit from Curb. It's awesome. And I
But
can't remember what the other one was, but they're doing things way more offensive than that, and they're just fine. They're thriving in the comedy.
people aren't exclusively watching sitcoms anymore. Like,
Mhm.
I think that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
what?
Like, even comedy movies. Like, what's the last one that you can think of that was like a big major
That's
comedy
not where
movie
you
that
go
was
to
released?
for
No hard
comedy.
feelings?
Yeah.
I
The
mean-
landscape's changed. Like,
I like-
Barry
I like-
is dark and funny. That was just last year.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few, but it feels like they're few and far between. Like, that's not
Well, I
necessarily
mean,
the most profitable thing to make right now. And they're
to
looking
be
for
fair, you have people, or there are cycles in film, right? We don't really see any more of the what is that? There is a dearth of mainstream romantic comedies. we don't really have many of those either.
Anyone But You was R-rated, and that was kind of light for an R-rated movie as far as the content is concerned. It's How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days with dicks and sex joke.
Mm.
Uh,
Funny.
I didn't write it.
No,
What he
heard-
was talking about, I know explicitly, and I cannot describe how this was happening back then in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, I'm sure. The line was in a different place. And I think it has moved over the years. And perhaps they didn't have as big of a concern of offending everybody, but I'm sure they had certain things that had to go through practice and standards, and they were told that's too offensive. Just that line has definitely changed over time. I think it always will.
Yeah, that's humans.
Yeah, I just think
Mhm.
saying that people don't have that comedy anymore is really not
They have it.
exploring.
It's different formats. It's
Yeah.
actually more accessible now.
Well-
Like you don't have to go to the comedy club to
More-
go and get it.
I hear
It makes me think of Family Guy, where it's like that's where everybody gets the Twitters where they get the humor from these days. It's like, yeah, that's basically it.
Right. Yeah, people don't watch television like they did traditionally. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's not, but it's not because of the left that happened. It's because of technology. It's
Right.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely looking at it through a television lens, though. Like he
Mhm.
was, again, like in the biggest show during the height of his career. he
And
ended
that
up,
was
like,
that was true. That the way life was, we
Hey.
would go home and something was on. Yeah, Foxrew.
Gray. I was just gonna say, Gray, you need to do one of two things. One, you need a PNG tuber version of your mustard, or
Yes,
you
I do
need
need
to
that.
get on camera. Because come on, we got
Ugh.
all the
Fair
all the
enough.
camera users.
You're
on
the
screen right now.
you're the only profile picture.
I like to stand out. What can I say? But you're right. I do need a PNG tuber thing. How hard would it be to just open
It'll
and close
just
the jar?
be yeah. That would be great. Oh my gosh, do that. Okay. Are we done with Seinfeld? Charles, what
I
else?
think Charles has something.
no, Rosales says if comedians pulled a Trump and ignored accusations, they'd be comedy gods. Some of them
Some
do.
are.
Yeah.
Chappelle.
Louis C.K.
Sometimes doubling down makes even more of a champ. Like,
Right.
It really seems to have helped quite a few people recently. So
Where did we
I don't
talk
know.
about this? I think maybe it was earlier, maybe before we
I
went on
made
air.
a very unpalatable video on it, but I don't know. I think I've asked you about it a few different times.
Unpalatable.
Very unpalatable.
I think outrage in one direction or another keeps you relevant.
Mhm.
I think it's also something that's a bit of a sign of the times, where you'll have this, I don't know, modern day, let's go support this person. I don't think they're funny, but they're doing a thing that I respect or whatever.
Mhm.
And it's gotten so team sports where,
Oh, yeah. Everything's a culture war.
yeah,
Yeah,
Team sports.
especially the headlines.
yeah.
Be wary
Mhm.
of them.
Which is why I laughed when Hydra's like, yeah, we've recruited him to our side. Look, guys, because he's supposed to be a normal leftist Hollywood person. He's not supposed to stand out.
Squeaky
Feels,
clean, I guess is the
yeah.
best way to put it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
supposed to be. He's not supposed to be like
He's got
Louis
skeletons.
C.K. or yeah.
Well,
I
you-
suppose any comedian would.
I mean,
Is his
Charles,
wife
you must
21
have
yet?
you must have
Mhm.
heard this a lot
barely.
about. Sorry, you must have heard this a lot though about people arguing about the political positions of someone like Carlin, like in
Huh.
today's politics.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
everyone tries to claim him.
Dude, he's such a wild
he's-
card. I don't know if you could peg where he'd
Well,
stand on this. Like, I know certain
exactly.
issues I think he'd be
I mean,
championing.
George Carlin. The thing is that
everyone
on
tries to
particular-
say they
right?
he is
Yeah,
this,
yeah. The thing is that with Carlin, if you take an isolated stance and you present it to him in the past, right, he may respond to it one way or another. But then you also have to account for like him living through everything and possibly changing, or or having a more nuanced and different opinion on particular positions, because I feel like he would be against the censorship, right? But maybe living through stuff, he develops an exception or a nuanced position on a particular
Dude,
instance of censorship.
so many people have changed. Like 2016 broke so many people, and then the pandemic. Like, look at Howard Stern now, man. He just interviewed Biden over the weekend, and that is
Stern?
not the same dude.
Yeah, Stern
Yes.
did. Yeah,
Mm.
I heard that it happened, but I had no interest in it because it's like, because Stern is so different. Stern is not the Stern from 20, 30 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who knows what Carlin would be if he lived through all the shit that we've had in the last little while.
Exactly.
Yeah, team sports. I like the way that Charles is characterized. Well, that is the end of that. Now let's get into the biggest question on the internet.
Nice.
Man versus bear. Okay, it went all viral where somebody said, what would you rather do to women? Or they're like, what would you rather be, trapped in a forest with the bear, or I don't know if the word's trapped, but trapped in a forest with a bear, or trapped in a forest with a man. And and the thing is, all the women, were like, a bear, because a bear will kill me, whereas a man will do unspeakable things to me before he kills me.
Okay, you don't know the bear wouldn't do that too.
Okay, yeah, and also then there was this heroic male feminist that came in and gave all the stats, boys. But first, let's just ask the question. Foxrew, sorry. It's gonna take a while.
It's gonna take a while. It's fine. I'm patient.
It's taking a very long time. So I mean, listen. Okay, first let's just not care about everybody's sexual configuration right now. Would you rather be
a woman
as yourself? No. Would you rather? Would you rather?
Yes.
Wait. We'll have. Would you rather be trapped in the woods? Trapped. I don't know how. Listen. Just think of this scenario. You're lost in the woods with the bear, or with the bear is
One
in this
quick
forest.
question. Do we get to choose the type of bear? Like, could it be a koala bear?
I think the bear is supposed to be a
grizzly or a black bear.
Because I thought it was a grizzly. I thought it was a grizzly.
If you're going polar,
yeah, if it was a polar,
like, holy
hell.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, the way that I took it, and then male feminist over there did black bears. Like, okay, whatever. No, grizzly. That's what I thought. Okay,
if it's grizzly, you're fucked. Yeah, I guess I'd choose the man because there might actually be a chance, but probably
like, there's
no
no
chance. You're gonna be snuck up on in the woods. You're not gonna expect it.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Foxrew. You also said man. Yes.
Yes.
Charles. Tell me.
Are there caveats? Because this seems pretty slam dunk to me.
Yeah, you think so? Okay, but this is obviously it was asked to women. It was asked to women, but I think it's quite a good thing to think about what is a man going to say. Oh, the man says another man because he has a chance against another man.
Are we? Is this Deliverance?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Could be. Our banjo's playing.
Yeah.
I mean, a bear is just
you have to squeal like a pig.
No, it's literally you're like you got to try and survive in the forest, knowing that there is a bear in the forest with you.
But the man is
any day.
The man is not trying to kill you.
Okay, bear. It's fine with
Unclear.
the original.
Bear
Bear
is the
or
bear
man.
trying to kill you? Just it's the events are going to play out how they play out. Unclear.
So the bear isn't necessarily hungry, right?
Oh, I love that you guys are going this way.
It's just in the forest.
Okay.
And the man
here
is
is where
in the
this
forest.
is the origin story. Okay.
Jesus.
The bear. No, bear.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
The bear.
Man, no pig.
Man, it's a shame the bear wouldn't notice if she was wearing a turtleneck or not.
with a man or a bear. It seems like
Okay, so first of all, this question immediately I go to dangerous bear, because if you're gonna be a koala bear, then the question is not gonna make sense. So and I know that that's the joke. Koala bear is very cute and small and falls on you, and basically that's it. But seriously, that's literally ask us ourselves: does the type of bear matter? This question, when they ask you bear, they are talking about a violent bear. They are not talking about a panda. They are not talking about a black bear. Okay, they are talking about that grizzly. Okay.
Well,
yeah,
they do. The question proposed to the women was just a bear.
Bear. Yeah, a bear, and they didn't say, "Oh, what bear?" That you think you're talking about danger. You're talking about danger.
Cut. It's cut. Let's use the context.
They all say, okay, so wait, the question. Here's the question. She talks about the question, man or bear. So she gives an answer. Let's see this one here. There's the comments.
let's hear from some women who, when asked the question, would you rather be stuck in the forest with a man or a bear, choose bear. Let's see why.
Women don't want to be attacked by men or bears.
Yeah. So the whole premise is that there's going to be an attack. So just keep that in mind.
Well, not all women, but I'd say most women don't want to be attacked by
not all
men or bears.
If I was attacked by a bear, people would believe me.
Oh, here we go.
No one would ask me what I was wearing.
I get the statement that's trying to be made here, although
I mean, if she survives, they might.
You're beautiful.
I
Very
would
well done.
want to know if she was armored.
Like this is like
No,
one of
yeah.
those
Like
questions.
if here's the thing,
Yeah.
if you came out like you were like I was attacked by a bear, and but you have no wounds whatsoever, they might have been like, okay, what were you wearing?
Yeah.
That's offensive, sir.
No, but also like it's like this is like, you know, those questions that people make
very illogical.
Those questions that people the women mostly, they ask men. They're like, would you like me do you still love me if I was a worm? Like that sort of question. That's how realistic this question is. And they go, let me turn this into a moment for women. It's like, no, we're just talking about just could we just talk about the practicalities like we all just went through? Survival. It's like you start thinking about how you're going to get through the situation, but no, it has to be people will believe me. It's like that's not what the question. But okay, that is what the question was for, I suppose.
No, but it's kind of like the last thing too. It's just the lenses that people choose to see the world
Yeah.
through. They're obviously seeing it through that, but you know, the news headlines or whatever, we're seeing it through the lens of sensationalism. Jerry Seinfeld was looking through the lens of television. Like I don't know. It would be awesome if we could be kind of subjective and take a step back, but you know,
If
we all
you're-
kind of do it.
If your first concern is whether or not people would believe you and ask you what you're wearing, I would suggest speaking to a therapist, because that seems like it's a occurring issue for that person.
Yeah, that's you know what, and don't perpetuate that. Actually,
Right.
Say you're perpetuating that. You're perpetuating. Oh, nobody's going to believe you. Nobody's going to ask me what I. Excuse me. Actually, please do report if you are ever attacked by anyone. Report it, please, and don't clean yourself. Get a kit. All of that. No. People that are immediately gonna go, oh, you're lying. Ignore them. Get your shit together and go and get your grape flavored person out of it.
Struggle,
yeah.
snuggle.
Logically made here. They're saying that women don't get questioned when they're attacked by bears because people just assume what they're saying is true. They hashtag believe all women when they are attacked by bears. And that same belief is sometimes not doled out to women who are accusing men of attacking them.
Pause.
Let's watch another one.
Yeah.
So here's the problem, is that what is it? The problem is that women gosh, how do I
The problem is women.
false bear accusations are not a trend. Whereas false
Yes,
men
yes,
accusations are a trend.
exactly, exactly.
Now,
That
here's the
this is
thing.
a whole
The
thing to talk about. Yeah.
there's like a selection bias probably is that
Mm-hmm.
um it does what is it? It's probably not as common as some people make it out to be. Some people there's
We'll
this
get there.
statistic out
We'll get
there,
there.
right? And probably both sides don't realize that it is what it is. It's probably
No,
bigger. It's probably bigger than some people think it is, and it's probably smaller than other people think it is, right? But
yeah.
but the what is it? People, one of the things that's introduced into this whole equation is that nobody wants to be a sucker, right? So you don't want to believe somebody, right? For then to find out that they were making the whole thing up, right?
Mhm.
That so you will have people doubt, right? Depending on the person, doubt that you've been attacked by a bear, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
I
You could have
what is
that,
it? I ran over a kangaroo. I drove. I hit it with my car. I drove over it, and I
What was it
called
wearing?
911. I was like on the phone with the 911 operator, and I told them, "Hey, I ran over a kangaroo," and they said, "There are no kangaroos in our
Whoa.
state, sir. Is it a deer?" And then I looked at it. I calmed down. I looked at it, and I was like, "No, you're right. No, it's a deer."
Stuck
But
says,
they
"I'll have you now was falsely."
instantly doubted my story. Instantly. Based off of evidence that they had, and they were thinking
Context,
more
yes.
calmly,
Yeah.
right? They had no reason not to believe me other than the fact of like our geography
Statistically,
makes
yeah.
it statistically highly unlikely
Unlikely.
for that to be the case.
Yeah.
So they instantly doubted me, right? Now, a bear attack in America could theoretically be much more likely. But if you know that nobody is leaving the city,
Mhm.
if you know that it's happening all in like New York, well, let's say here, New York City, and somebody's claiming to be attacked by a bear, then they what is that? Then and you're calling 911, the 911 operator may doubt you.
Mhm.
Now, if you're really panicking and like they
Well,
may
at the very least,
like
they're
put
asking
that
your
off,
name and address, right?
right?
They're not asking. They're not like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
They better take you seriously because it is
But
911.
yeah, exactly. But see, the thing is that I think one of the reasons why they felt very safe in doubting me specifically was because I was obviously safe, and I was calling about the animal, not like I'm being attacked. They would have said, okay, they would have probably said to themselves, okay, this guy did not get attacked by a kangaroo, but maybe he is being attacked by an animal. So let's get that solved first, and then we can worry about what kind of animal it is later. But right. But if somebody is saying, I'm safe in my house and I was attacked by a bear, right, in New York City, they'll probably will be doubting you, even if they take it
Yes.
seriously to some extent. They probably will be doubting you.
Yes.
You're right. But we do have a very special message just for you, Andrew.
All right.
apparently. So, yeah, from Stug. Andrew, I'll have you know I was falsely accused of being a bear just last year. I had to go get a DNA test and go to court and everything. So, what
That must
I
have
hope
been
that's a
horrible.
joke.
Foxrew.
But yeah, just considering that, yeah, and you know what? Prove them wrong. Fine. Prove them wrong.
Well, here's the thing. I hopefully that's a joke, but he
Yeah, I hope
may
that
be
didn't
using
happen.
bear as a substitute.
Grape juice person.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just going into that, there are, look, that's nobody is saying, what's the name, that you must not believe. Okay, I think it's egregious that somebody could lie about something like that, and they do. But in the moment, you got to take it. Okay, this has happened. Let's figure out what's the next step, and don't perpetuate that. Don't say nobody's going to believe you. No, just fuck those people and tell the truth. Okay. And also, by the way, know that if you're going to lie about something, that you better freaking well get punished for it. Sorry, honey. You don't get that. Okay. Anyway, so what happened here? Okay. We'll do this other response that this person did, and then I'm going to show you the brave male feminist that gave us the statistics, and then we can talk about what the selection bias in those statistics is.
I agree with these women. If it were me and I was alone in the woods, I would prefer to see a bear than a man. It's not a bear that's roofing women. It's not a bear that is involved in sex trafficking. It's not a bear that women have to fear whenever they divorce that man or break up with that man. It's not a bear. It's a man. I genuinely feel like it should be disheartening for men to realize that so many women would rather take their chances with an animal than one of them. Not all men are dangerous. Not all men need to be feared. But there are so many of you that turn a blind eye to your friend, your frat brother, your cousin, your brother, neighbor. So many men that you know are dangerous and that women should fear, but you say nothing about it. Truthfully, if men were honest and they were alone in the woods, even they would take their chances with a bear than another man.
Oh, you guys answered wrong. Sorry for you.
So here's the thing. By the same token, I would rather be in the forest with a bear than a woman, because a bear's not going to accuse me. Is not going to lie about me. A bear's not going to.
If we're going to do this, if we're doing this, then
if we're going to do
play
this,
game.
let's
play this game.
No, a bear. A bear's not going to
if we're gonna play that game, why not?
Try to, all the list,
all the bad things,
Yeah.
that people do to each other. Let's just invoke them. Then if we go here is our beautiful, beautiful, brave male feminist.
Nice cheekbones, though.
How many people are struck by lightning every year in the United States?
Watch it, boys.
According to National Weather Service, lightning kills about 20 people each year in the United States and hundreds more are injured.
Ooh, so he's brought up lightning. Okay, that's the statistics, right? Okay, the likelihood of being struck by lightning.
How many bear attacks are there in the United States every year?
How many bears are in the United States?
According to Bear Vault, since 1784, there have 66 fatal human-bear conflicts by wild black bears.
Wild black bears.
Less than a dozen non-fatal conflicts happen each year, and the vast majority of encounters end with zero bodily contact.
The vast majority of my interactions with men?
I think
Zero
that
bodily contact.
here's the thing.
I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying.
Here's the thing is that, this guy is doing this thing, right? And bringing up all these statistics. But here's the problem with that is that if we're going to do numbers to numbers, the men having those issues is infinitesimally small, because men and women are around each other all the time and nothing happens.
Exactly. Okay. How many men have I guess as I walked around a mall the whole of yesterday, okay, there were many men there, and guess what? All of my encounters with them were non-fatal. I'm not lying. Non-fatal, and there was zero bodily contact. I think one of them tried to offer me a pamphlet. It was very scary.
That is weird.
If we're talking statistically, okay, because you're going to start bringing up the crime statistics now. But if we're talking statistically, if we want to go that deep and say the actual interactions like this, literally every time that a woman comes into contact with a man, then our statistics get a bit skewed, don't they? Come on. Now look what he does. He carries on.
How many women are assaulted in the United States every year?
How many women are there? How many bears are there? How many men are there? Come on, guys.
According to RAIN, on average,
he's
there
like,
are
yeah.
463,634 victims, age 12 or older, of rape and sexual assault each year in the United States.
Oh my gosh.
Shall we bring up
it's a
the
horrible
statistics
number,
of
but,
men
like-
being? No, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And the thing is, putting this into dispute means that you are then saying that that's okay. Those numbers are okay. So there you go. Sorry, you're now, the fact that you're having this conversation at all means that you hate those, that you're okay with those numbers, and those numbers are, that's what you get. Okay, you just
Well,
get
you'd also have to
acquainted with
adjust
that person.
like the encounters with men versus like the encounters with bears. Like you'd kind of have to adjust that. But
I really want a mathematician like to. Where is item?
Where's item wizard? Where's item?
Adam? Come on, Adam. He actually really needs to go through the statistics of this.
How many women are assaulted by a partner every year in the United States?
That's a partner as well.
That's a problem. Here, that's a problem.
Women have
So
are
he said
partnered with
partner.
bears.
He said partner, right? But the thing is that
Women also assault women. Yeah.
was it
Mhm.
what the abuse statistics for lesbian couples is higher than heterosexual couples.
Yeah, and men also in homosexual male relationships is a lot of abuse.
Yeah.
It's
is it
yeah.
supposed to be your partner in the woods? Isn't it just supposed to be
yeah,
random?
exactly. That was not the question, honey. Don't come here with this. We need to be accurate. Got to be precise.
According to National Organization for Women, according to the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, women experience about 4.8 million intimate partner-related physical
Are we going to be intimate with the bear? What is happening?
assaults and rapes every year.
It's not ruled out.
20% of battered women sought medical
And look at he shakes his head. Look at
Depends
me,
if he
girls.
buys me dinner or not.
Oh, look at
I
this.
guess brings
Oh.
me dinner in this case.
Yeah, he's going to give you a fresh salmon.
A fish. Yeah.
Okay, man, if you still claim that you don't get this argument, you are the problem.
Oh my God.
And I don't even think that you're human.
Oh.
Oh. He thinks he's 6, 7, 8 that up. Okay.
Wow. I'm
Yeah.
not human. This is
Sorry,
how I found
guys, you're not human. You're just wrong. You're a problem, Sokav. You don't get this argument? Well, that's because you're not human. You're the other part of the problem. Are there for those are bear attacks too? What? Oh no, that's horrible. That is horrible. So yeah, final thoughts on the bear. Man, bear, pig. Don't.
I think
Man,
it's a
bear,
fun
pig.
question
Yeah.
that got
It's a
turned
fun
into a
question,
weird activist issue. I don't know.
Mm.
That's strange. Like it's obviously horrible that anyone is assaulted, but
Yeah.
this is supposed to be like one of those what if scenarios, Like,
Mhm.
do you think you could take
Well-
a human or a bear? Not
That's it. That's exactly the question. Could you take a human or could you take a bear? That's what Amala Stott goes off and says. She's like, I could kick him in the nuts. I could gouge his eyes. I have maybe a chance. It's very, very. Yes, I am a woman, so I'm physically going to be weaker than him. I don't have a very good chance, but my chances with a bear are even less. So that's why I asked you guys what you would choose. Because if a man would choose a man, don't you think a woman should choose a woman too? It's just physically.
Oh.
We're talking physically.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. I would rather take the bear than the woman.
Yes.
I would
if we're gonna
rather.
play
I
this.
would now. I've changed. Yeah, I would rather be in the forest with the bear because see, here's the thing. If I get away from the bear,
Mhm.
that's it. It's over. I don't have to worry about it anymore. But if I'm somehow like in some kind of contest with a woman in a forest and we both get out because like I'm not
Ooh.
gonna then that could haunt me the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If we're going to play this game, let's just make up our suitable hypotheticals where things go so very, very wrong. Within our hypothetical in which things went very, very wrong, let's do that. Then we can, play that game. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. What the crux of the bear versus man is that it's a fundamental aversion to face your fear and rather face a bear. I would rather. You know what? I can understand a man, and you know what? I would rather be alive. That's all. He could do all horrible manner of things, but don't worry, he gonna get his, because there'll be a bear straight afterwards, or I don't know, I'll be reincarnated into some sort of
You'll
bear.
be reincarnated as a bear and eat him.
Yeah. Exactly. Straight away. I won't grow up or anything. Well, actually, no, it's fine. Lifespans, it'll work out. Foxrew is going to end a girl to protect his right to go hiking.
No.
But yeah, that was the fun question that went out of hand, and obviously everybody jumped on it because it's like, look, you see, they used, you know what? Also, they used that whole compilation of women saying bear, 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 to be like, you see, hashtag all men, and yes, men are dangerous, but bears are more dangerous. Stay away from them. PSA.
My gosh, I thought you can never find stuff unless you've saved it, right? But I saw this one. It's like bear. It must have been like a black bear. But it was like this bear showed up at like this like party or something, and this guy
and opened
like,
the door, the gate.
Yeah. And he's like, "Get out of here, go!" And he's
and he opens
telling
the
the
gate.
bear to like just get out, and like the bear takes a swipe at him, and he's like, "No, just go."
You showed that to us.
It was so crazy.
You showed that to us.
I did, yeah.
Speaking of bears, this is just Jay Longbone. Honestly, it's slightly related. Fed up, the woman bear, fed up with male-dominated society. Maxie Pad lives with a family of bears. After she accepted into their society, a group of MAGA hunters will kill her surrogate bear mother. She promises to enact revenge on every toxic male responsible. I don't know where she got this from, but really, Jay,
nice. Yeah.
Love her. So yeah, that's the end of that. I guess we can do some garlic phone if anyone's up for that. Unless there's other things that you guys want to, other hypotheticals you'd like to bring up.
Would you rather, if you had a pet, or like a familiar?
I know
right?
this question. Yeah.
No. Okay. Would you rather this familiar be a mythical creature or like a regular creature? So like a cat or a dog or something.
If it's a familiar, it's already a mythical creature.
Oh, I understand. But my point
Can
is
it like
that,
speak
like or it's going to be
traditional
like
familiar?
a dragon or a unicorn.
Nah, I just want a kitty cat.
That'll like that you can talk to and get like, hey, give me some snacks from the cupboard.
Not really that. Not order him around, but just have my friend.
Well, they're familiar. That's what the familiars do, is that they listen to your commands. They're like,
for you.
Yeah.
I guess I'd choose a traditional
had a
one so that I
dragon.
could blend in. But
I've had a
dragons would be
dragon.
awesome. I just think they'd take it away from you at some point.
Yeah.
The neighbor's dog ate one of the kitchens. You mean chickens?
Yeah.
No, they were big dogs.
They ate a whole ass kitchen. They're like, dragons are real. I had a dragon. He just didn't have wings. And then Axel.
A bearded one?
Yes. Then Axel broke his cage. He didn't die.
But
yeah. He could come along here.
Your cats. I've seen some of your clips. Those cats.
No, Rosanna, don't say these things.
Oh no!
I'm okay with chickens getting eaten by dogs, but not.
That really sucks, but I'm glad to hear about your kitchen.
I can't.
Yeah. Oh, that was perfect.
very upset.
That was a good joke. Yeah,
No.
it was,
No.
that was good. That was a good joke.
But it's
And a
true.
good
I'm
one.
very sad for you. If it's that it's true. I'm sorry. I'd have a raptor as my pet with like blue. Like little or big. A velociraptor, like blue.
Preferably one you could ride into battle. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Is that it? Familiar? What would you have? Foxrew,
I
would
guess
it
I'd
be?
just go with a dog. You know,
You go
a
with the
talking
dog?
dog would be awesome.
I think
he could blend
I
in.
think
Good point.
See, I'd either would go with something small enough, like a monkey, or like a helper monkey.
Oh, I changed mine to monkey now. Yeah.
Change
little
mine. You
capuchin
can't
or something.
change. You can't change. That's the rules.
Is what? Yeah, I'm thinking. Either that
monkey.
or like
Like a
some kind of
capuchin?
like rideable creature.
Tobes also says monkey. Like an
Yeah.
ostrich. Yes, Mom. Claw strider. Wow. Okay. Claw strider. Okay, is that like it's like a dinosaur? Claw striders are seen moving in packs. Yeah, it's like a big dinosaur thing. Or little. I don't know. I wanted depressed Hydra. And he has that accent. Raptor versus okay, so Charles, you didn't give us an answer, did you?
For what?
He doesn't care about us.
What? That's not true.
No.
Your magic helper animal creature. Is it real? Is it mythical? What would it be?
Well, mythical would.
Would you have like a dog or a dragon, basically?
Oh, a unicorn.
A unicorn, okay. Would you have a My Little Pony, my little one, or like you could ride
Apartment
it?
sized or full
Well,
size?
yeah, no. Don't they fly as well?
Ooh.
Unicorns.
No,
Only
not all
the
of them.
no, only the
But
Pegasus and
mythical.
Unisys.
Wait, are you talking about a Unisys?
I don't know.
I don't know. You guys are swearing.
I changed my mind to Medusa. I want Medusa to
Alicorn.
roll with me.
Alicorn is
Everything
another
corn.
name, but I don't
Cream
the
corn.
term that they use the term that they use in My Little Pony, but like it should be a Unisys because it's a synthesis between unicorn and Pegasus, whereas Alicorn I think is supposed to be like referred to like the horn that a Unisys either has or like a unicorn has. Either way, it's referring to the horn itself. But for some reason,
it's
in
roasting your
certain stories, a winged unicorn or a horned Pegasus is referred to as an alicorn, and I don't think that's the way it should be.
I hope if our wishes are granted that Charles's was misunderstood and he now gets a familiar can of creamed corn.
That and I changed my mind to a Gorgon. I want Medusa running around with me.
Oh,
I can
no,
see it.
you're muted,
Makes
I
sense.
think.
Oh, I'm muted.
Oh,
Did Foxrew mute me? Alucard is. I know, but he made the joke. That's what's funny about it. Actually, which makes me want to go and watch Castlevania again. Okay, let us play that drawing game.
it really sucks they took away the amazing AI version.
AI, yeah.
Why
Because
did they have to
Rosales
do that?
abused it. It's his fault.
Not cool results.
Watch the BBC Dracula instead. It's funny. No, I don't want funny. I want epic. Let me put this in Twitch as well. So Cap can join. Guys, before we start, we need to have a bit of
No.
Who else is going to feed the ducks, Charles?
Yeah. I can't draw without it, Charles. I need to be in the mood.
No, it's fine.
Okay,
Ambiance, sir.
I don't deserve happiness.
So horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, I moved the mic. I'm sorry. But what is that? It's not. All I got is a moose. You still have better mouse control than me. Watch. I'll use my pen and you'll see it's no better than they usually do. To think one of these days you could use, but we need gentle instrumental, hey? We need to be able
Beg your
to.
pardon?
It has to be. You have to do the porno version of your song.
It is a porno version of its own song.
Oh,
Yeah.
you sent me a new version. Okay, well, we'll listen to the new theme song. My new theme song. On my next solo
Yeah.
stream, we'll do it.
Okay, so let's do it.
Ambiguous Chazzo. I wonder who that is. Romeo. Okay.
Look at the familiar. You know who it is. I'm my own.
Oh
unicorn.
yeah.
I didn't even notice that. That is amazing.
Very clever. Foxrew is Dracula.
I mean, I don't know who that is.
Are
It
we
is
waiting
a
for you,
little
Sokav? I will make a porno cover just for you. Thank you. It has to sound like this background song, so in that way. But it can't alter the lyrics to make them porno. No. Rosales. Okay, we're still waiting for Sokav. You've got a moose. You gotta play, Sokav. Yeah. Smirkov. Okay. I think that's everyone. Let's go. We're gonna just do normal, huh?
Yeah.
What's normal again?
We're
It's,
normal.
Do what it tells
you know, the
you.
normal.
Normal.
Why can't I be
you do
free
both
in
things.
anything?
You know, it's a good combination. Just think, once you finish this, you've already done an eighth of it.
Oh, I love the motivational voiceover. Oh, the other day I
All right.
heard a voice that sounded like Grace. I was like, have I found his work? I don't know where it was. God damn it. It sounded like him.
All right.
That sounds like Rosales.
Okay.
made it up.
Okay.
Here it comes again. This time it'll be even better. Because Charles will jam to it.
1/4 of the time is gone.
Oh, god damn it. Charles, you're supposed to thank him.
Thank you. What happened?
You have to say thank you.
1/4 of your time is gone.
thing.
Oh, right. My shit went away.
Oh no.
Sorry
That's
for
what it's
the
supposed to do. You're not supposed to keep it.
Says
He
you.
likes to-
God damn.
What? Wait, what?
Oh god, I hate this. No. Oopsie.
Right.
Just under half the time remains.
Oh god damn it. Oopsie.
Nope. Don't.
Nope, we've got to. Sorry, overruled.
This is so bad, but I don't know. Whatever. I'm so glad I'm pressing done before I share it. Come on!
Well, we're not quite done yet.
Wait.
Still got a sliver of time.
Oh, come on. It needs to be done. I'm not sharing this.
I got enough. I got it close enough.
There we go.
Ooh, I know whose I got, and it's beautiful.
It's not my day today.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
You got this, Charles.
I got it.
I believe in you.
Oh no, I've been
The
punted.
greatest drawing ever. Oh.
Okay.
And I couldn't get back in.
How do I draw this?
Okay.
Yeah.
With style.
I
color
don't know if I can
is-
do that.
What? Okay, you know what? I always have to annotate my drawings. I'm sorry.
Oh. You could have done better than that.
Fine. Hey, draw your own.
The window shut on me.
Really?
Yeah. And I tried signing back in and it said, it's already started. I'm like, yeah, I know, I was just there.
Aw.
That sounds likely, but
The bouncer told me that a lot of people friends are in there.
That's
that
not
makes
fair.
sense.
I
I
wish
love
we
the
could
taste
collab
of
on.
richness of Nescafe Roastery.
Doesn't everybody?
Not a sponsor.
We've got about half the time remaining.
God damn it.
Oh,
I feel like wait, what is collab? Maybe collab would help if like we did the same format, but then we both try and make the drawing. That would be fun. Like I want Charles to help me right now.
I would say words, but I don't want to ruin the description.
Don't do it.
I'm curbing my own language. Even though we're not on Twitch. Oh, we are on Twitch.
Ah, we are on Twitch, yeah.
Never mind.
To a whole 2 people.
Okay. About
Still.
1/4 of the time remains.
It's beautiful, okay?
So much empty space.
I don't... Oh, you criticizing my composition?
Looks like Domi.
No, I'm not going to even annotate further. That's what I'm done. Oh, God!
Christ almighty.
What the fuck?
I have no idea.
Oh, I know what it is.
Feels
No.
like this should be easy.
No. Oh, maybe. I thought it was themed from before.
Well, okay, let's see. You were probably right. It's very cute.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
What?
Wow, jeez.
Okay.
Oh, wrong way.
All right. No. Okay.
Time is
Go
going
with this.
fast now.
Okay. No. We'll go with this.
About 1/4 of the time is gone.
I don't know.
I have worked with those things, and that is not what it looks like.
Bears?
What do you look like?
Not that.
Shut up.
Just about half the time remains.
Shush! You're making me nervous.
Oh wait.
Oh, thank you, Time Overlord.
You're
There you
welcome.
go.
It's harder when I'm not stressed out and trying to draw.
Yeah, you're much more critical. Fine, fine. What do they look like? What do they look like?
Do you know who Lincoln? What?
Okay. Yeah, you're right. That's what those look like. I mean, I wasn't in doubt of
Time
you.
remains.
Like, oh, you're right. Like, I require assistance. Wait. Wait.
No.
Wait.
No.
No.
Only 2 more rounds.
There we go.
We're getting close.
I needed to.
What? Oh no. Oh, so that's I changed my mind. It's that one. Mm-mm. Mm.
There we go. Yeehaw.
There we go. That's the only correct interpretation.
Oh no! In what? I feel like this one's
Oh, it was. I know exactly what it is, actually.
It was your prompt.
It's not that.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'll believe you this time.
Mm. Oh, mamma mia.
All right, no, abandon it.
Kill it with fire.
No.
About half the time remains.
How are you gonna? So lazy.
Fine.
No, listen, it's my method. I'm not. I'm not hating on it.
You'll see the erasure happening.
About 1/3 of the time remains.
Oh, thank you, Time Lord.
Okay, I can still get there. I can still earn Charles's respect, guys.
Which is worth nothing, to be fair.
I don't deserve to be happy.
Oh wow.
Actually, how would I do this?
You had it better the time before you did all that. Yeah.
Nope, that's it. Done. Last one.
No! Hey! Okay, let's go.
That was only sort of painful, but yay.
Okay. Voice over on. Okay, music off. We need to all concentrate.
Okay.
Ostrich familiar appears.
Ah.
I didn't see anyone. Oh, darling.
Think that is amazing.
A wizard befuddling an ostrich.
Befuddling.
My
Holy shit.
My
I can see
mouse
it.
for some reason was really erratic today. So
Aw.
I did what I could, but I'm not happy with anything.
Make me an ostrich.
Yo, we're better off I'm not here because
Your mouse was what? This goes
Erratic.
in the
Like,
vault.
I had
I've never
to.
seen one.
That goes in the vault.
No. Artwork is at like A+ game here.
God, I wonder if there's any Gartic lore that comes in here. An ostrich.
Crackhead versus cocaine bear.
Oh.
Did I get this?
The cinema.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Romeo
A
also
drug
did it.
addicted woman fighting a bear.
Pow versus grrr.
A bear meets a woman in the woods and evaluated his life.
Is that how it happened?
Oh.
What is my purpose?
Goldilocks and Pooh share an existential crisis.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm so disappointed.
no comment.
A Pop-Tart eating a man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh,
Oh,
that's
that-
cool.
that's where it's
I
at
haven't
right
had
there.
a Pop-Tart. I need to have a Pop-Tart. Nice.
You really
No
don't.
comment.
They're not good.
They're in the candy aisle here in the
It's
kingdom.
blank.
As they should be.
Pop-Tart eating a man smile.
There we
Wow.
go. Thank you, so God.
Oh.
He's not eating, beating a
Look
man.
shocked.
Pop-Tart man kills an innocent man.
Pop-Tart man.
You don't know what he did prior to that.
There we go. Time. That's
That is
beautiful.
amazing, Rosales. Way better
Nice.
than mine.
He does this horror stuff a lot.
A man choosing a bear.
Choosing. I choose you. Yes.
Perfect.
Foxrew captured Kitteh in the woods.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, is that this the
Oh, nice.
Okay, I kind of love
I
that.
thought it was going to be a bear.
Foxrew hangs Kitteh.
Oh, thank God.
No comment.
Fox trap Kitteh.
There you go. Meow.
I like that trap.
What trap is it? Like it's like a bag that goes over.
I think it's a net on
Well,
a
those
pole.
nets.
It's gonna work.
Those nets.
Tired unicorn looking for water.
I got that one.
Huh.
Oh,
Oh.
and I got phased out.
One-eyed unicorn.
Two eyes? He's got two. Wow.
Yo.
Romeo. Unicorn.
Unicorn crying tears of blood.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm actually
Unicorns cry tears of blood when they think about men in woo.
Men in Woo. Look at that. Look at
I assumed he was thinking of Men in Woo.
Men in Woo. Do you see how I wrote it? Then Charles was like, lazy.
you got a pad to draw on.
That was
Bitches
the one he
ain't
was
shit.
calling you lazy on?
I was able to write better. I'm able to write better on
I yeah.
Bitches
know
ain't
what
shit.
this turned into.
Man thinks poop is his
Oh.
papa.
What's that? What is that? Sarah.
That
Sarah.
is a shit.
Papa.
Oh, that's what that
A
was.
sad
Okay,
poop looking for a family to love.
Oh, it couldn't have gone to a better one. I love it.
No. No. Stop it. Sorry, what?
Oh, just darling. Always amazing. I don't think it could have ended better.
He wants a poop family to love.
But the flies are family enough, no?
No.
Yeah. I mean, they should.
Their flies
they're
are
not
love.
Astronauts found black bears on the dark side of the moon.
Jeez, Rosales. Here we go.
Sewer rat emerges to fight against Lilliputians.
What? Nice. Oh, I am so sorry.
Put him up.
A magician telling his rat to bring him a ring.
Eat me a ring.
Oh,
that is
wow.
awesome.
Nice.
Romeo, that's amazing.
Oh.
Oh Lord, I hope I didn't leave the forceps in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, damn. That's awesome.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I ran out of time when I
Doctor
was
trying to
writing
find
this.
forceps for patient.
For the patient.
Oh, I know what this became.
Yeah, so it didn't even. Okay, yeah. So I didn't even see that.
Doctor looking for instruments.
Okay.
Basically, when you skip a
Whoa.
thing, nice.
Again,
Dr.
darling,
Mario
amazing.
searched for the cure.
Dr. Mario. Thank you. Doctor him.
Nice.
I didn't know you
Oh,
conveyed Dr.
that's so
Mario.
good.
The
That's
mustache
so
wasn't
good.
enough.
Does any of this get added to lore? I don't know. Nah. Unless it gets used again next week, okay? If it comes
Yeah.
back next week, then it is officially lore. Yeah. Otherwise, like if we mention the ostrich next week, that becomes lore. That's it. That's how it goes.
Or the cure.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't know what the disease is yet, but who knows? Tune in next week to figure out what else happens in Gothic lore. Lore. Okay. That brings us to goodbye things. What's happening with you, Foxrew?
I've got a stream tomorrow. It's gonna. I'm not sure exactly what it's gonna be on, but it's gonna be one of a couple things. Look forward to it. Still working on the video. Things have sort of stalled out there. That's more of like a IRL like timing thing rather than like the project itself being a problem. But yeah, either way. Oh, and
Stay tuned.
well,
Mhm.
we need to set up a few. We keep talking about a few different. What do you call them? Media streams. So we want to have to talk about like Fallout and Poor Things and stuff.
Have you finished Fallout yet?
I've not finished Fallout yet, no. But I
Did you see
will
that
reserve
Charles-
my comments for the stream.
Charles happened to rewatch TLJ.
I
So
have.
he suffered. I'm gonna do that tonight. But
Yeah, we got to do that.
yeah, man, media in the future.
Yeah, I'll talk to you when we're off. But yeah, I took notes and
Mhm.
ready for a themed think on whether it be Last Jedi and other media.
Media things. It's not
Yeah.
just media centric think. Media think. We'll find it.
I would assume based on last week's Last Jedi talk that Last Jedi might be 2 hours on its own discussing that.
No, I think that when we do a media thing, it is gonna have to be the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that brings us to you,
That's that.
Charles. You're Charles
Yeah.
Gray. You got things coming up.
I don't know.
Surely things are in the future.
Same. Just subscribe and have your notifications on,
Yeah.
and then maybe you'll kind of like know.
Subscribe there and
Yeah.
you'll see.
Yeah, there's been some fun random streams in the last little bit from Charles. So definitely
Just keep your notifications on, boys and girls. And see, Gray and I, mostly Gray, sometimes I'm there, sometimes I'm not, on Rosales' stream on Sunday. Charles, you're welcome
sure.
on Sunday, apparently. Oh, fun. Guess he's allowed.
But,
No, that would be
like in the stream or what?
in the stream, in the stream, in
No,
the
no,
show.
as a viewer, anytime. Just feel free to tell me.
Depends on the time, but I can't imagine I wouldn't be busy.
It's
Sunday
evening for you.
mornings
Would be.
here. Or I guess it would be
It's
kind of after.
Sunday evening for
I
him.
don't know.
Afternoon for him.
So it'd be 10 a.m. Eastern. So I don't know the math
so
on that. but
4 p.m.
In a weird time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh,
something like
3
that.
p.m.
It's
If you're ever interested,
it's
is
6
a
p.m.
blast.
GST, because my time zone's the only one that matters.
What am I, Gumt? I don't even know what I am. My days are numbered here in Gumt.
Aw. That's
Yeah,
not
one more
cool.
month. Less than.
Oh.
3
That
p.m.
sucks.
Yeah, Sunday? Actually,
I don't know how that works out for you because it's Sunday morning for us. I'm assuming you're still in the
Rosales
same week.
Rosales said 3 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. It does have the PM part. So he answered that.
What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
Confusion. Just adding confusion to everything. That's what I do.
No, is there a theme on Sunday?
It's always
it's
it's a
Cinco
lot,
de
a few
Mayo.
things.
Shit
Cinco de
shooting?
Mayo, shit
There's
shooting,
gonna
but
be
Pokemon.
Spanglish, the amazing game show that Rosales has come up with. So if
Is
you
it
wanted to determine if
Spanglish?
something is Spanglish.
Yeah. We're going to talk about Pokemon Go, so I'll have many opinions on that. And what else? Oh, there's a whole list of the things, and there's usually wrestling talk. I don't know if you will watch anything about it. I don't know nothing about wrestling, but I love it.
Just say
I love that
AEW
talk.
is taking a nosedive. You'll
Yeah.
be as current as possible.
There you go. What else are
Tony
we also
Khan and
going to
Mark.
be? Pokemon Go, hot or not? Is it
We're also-
Spanglish?
yeah. We're also doing hot or
Um,
not. Come on, Charles. You got to win.
Maybe other
Is
stuff.
it hot or not?
Who?
Here you go. This is what it is.
It.
This weekend.
What is it?
It's it.
Thank you. What is it? Oh, am I frozen?
No. Oh no. I
Kid is
guess
mid-sneeze.
Kid is frozen.
She is.
No.
Yeah, she's just frozen. Yeah. So
I've watched Glow.
we'll wait for her to come back. In the
I'm here.
meantime, let's talk about
Okay.
let's
Nice.
talk about
I
Wheel
was
of
gonna
Time
do
season
this.
3.
No, we're
Wheel
not.
of Time. Well, 15-minute opening sequence featuring women battling.
Based. It could be awesome, man. The coolest thing that they were able to do was the Maidens of the Spear. That being said, they've let me down on everything else. So I don't know. It could be cool.
The maidens are still lame. Everything's lame about the show.
That one
I
scene was pretty
reject it all.
awesome with Rand's mother. They had one scene that was filmed very awesomely.
That's horrible. Come on. It's just a
I
pregnant
loved it,
lady.
but I was
No.
coming off of Rings of Powers fight
Yeah,
choreography,
so it looked
that
good.
thing is much better.
Yeah, look good. Okay, we are gonna be out. And the reason that things happened was so we could have an outro. We're gonna have an outro. Everybody.
Do we have the outro music?
Yes, we do. We have.
All right.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Everybody slow. Yeah.
Yep.